exceeding expectation in the professional game. His opponent tonight is quite the opposite when it comes to amateur accolades, but Fabio has been here before. The setting might be more daunting, but the task remains the same. Seek and destroy. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT.
Welcome from England, the undefeated Jack Williams.
I've been in the trenches my whole life, so it's nothing new to me. You've got to knock me spark out of that canvas to beat me. There's no better platform in Ipswich than Portman Road. In a big stadium.
It's heavyweight boxing on Heavyweight Radio. On the talkSPORT network tonight, we're bringing you Fight Night Live from Ipswich. Portman Road, the destination. We're in a football stadium, and it's absolutely throwing it down. A little later on, we'll be crossing over to talkSPORT to bring you the heavyweight clash between Fabio Wardley and Justis Huni. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure as always to be in your company. We are streaming live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well as the talkSPORT Boxing Radio networks, and alongside me as ever, the one, the only Mr. Gareth Davies. Have you brought your poncho?
I've got my poncho on, my friend, and it's not the first time we've been sitting in rain broadcasting or writing. Springs to mind is about a foot of water at the StubHub Centre in 2018 when it hosed down. Adam Reed was our techie that night, who's here with us tonight, and myself and Don McGuinness were literally held under our tarpaulin for 3 hours. It hosed down. Scott Quigg broke his jaw, of course, and lost to Jorge Linares. David
Oscar
Hay,
Valdez.
to Valdez, sorry, not Linares, to Oscar Valdez. Also, David Hay and Derek Chisora at Upton Park in 2012. David Hay and Vladimir Klitschko in Munich all those years ago. The rain has abated right now, but it absolutely hosed down about 70 minutes ago. And I'll just fill in the rules about the rain tonight.
Love this Michael Fish. Go
there
for
you
it.
go. No, he got it all wrong. Remember the tornado he got wrong
Yes.
20 or 30 years ago.
Okay.
Right, there's two canvases here in front of us tonight. Mike Goodall, who constructs the ring from Ringcraft, may take off the canvas for Justis Huni and Fabio Wardley at the end, if it's sodden by then. It's not raining at the moment, thankfully, but if there is a big rain shower during any fight, they can stop the fight for 5 minutes, and if that happens, it's declared a no contest if they cannot continue the fight because of the sheeting rain. If there is thunder or lightning within 10 to 15 kilometers of the stadium, all the power is shut down for the time that the storm passes, and then it will be off for 30 minutes after they are satisfied that the lightning and the thunder has passed on another 15 kilometres. Those are the rules tonight. Let's hope, Adam Catterall, that rain doesn't stop play, because this ain't cricket.
I was going to say, it feels like I'm at the cricket. Absolutely ridiculous. Well, the forecast is that we are going to get a lot more rain. I know that we've had a couple of downpours throughout the course of the afternoon. A couple of fights, obviously, have already taken place here at Portman Road in the rain. Luckily, the fighters have got a canopy over the top of them, protecting them in the ring. But a lot
We're
of the
just
fans,
on the edge of it, aren't we?
We are, but a lot of the fans are obviously getting the downpour as well. And fingers crossed we don't come across those circumstances that you've just been highlighting, because that would be an absolute disaster this evening if that took place.
Well, it would, but the point is they've got to turn off all the electrical equipment if there's a lightning storm. We will probably go off air, I hasten to warn people, but you never know. The YouTube channel might continue. You never know. but they will have to turn it off, because it's a very dangerous thing that happens when there's lightning and there's water around, obviously, and electrical sources.
Well, the reason why we're in Ipswich at Portman Road is because of Fabio Wardley. He's obviously the hometown hero, and he's getting his opportunity tonight to fulfill a lifelong dream, to perform here at Portman Road, and he gets the opportunity to do that against Justis Huni. Originally, it was supposed to be Jarrell Miller. Jarrell Miller came out of this fight a couple of weeks ago. Justis Huni got the call, and up he steps. And for me, I actually think it's a little bit more of an intriguing fight. I know it's not necessarily the personalities that Jarrell Miller maybe carries into the contest, but from a contest, Justis Huni, with that elite amateur pedigree, brings a lot to the table this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabio Wardley, like you say, a lifetime ambition to fight, certainly since he's been a boxer anyway, here at Portman Road. It's a very grand football stadium as well. I love the stands around us. It's always a great atmosphere when you're in the open air, regardless of the rain and the wet. But the thing is about Fabio Wardley tonight, he's up against a guy in Justis Huni that most people listening don't know a lot about, an amateur bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2019, undefeated as a pro, a very seasoned boxer in many ways because of his amateur pedigree, fast hand, decent feet, all the foundations. He's got a very good uppercut as well, and he'll be looking to frustrate Fabio Wardley, who, as we know, 17 knockouts from his 18 fights, the one draw against Fraser Clark. He will bring the fight against the Australian at some point, and Huni's going to be drawn into a war at some point in the fight. Fabio's a big favourite for many reasons, but it's heavyweight boxing. Huni, as I say, is undefeated, taken the opportunity at 4.5 weeks, and he will be taking the opportunity with both hands and feet.
Spencer Oliver, let me bring you into the conversation. How impressed have you been with Fabio Wardley's rise through the professional ranks?
You can't not be impressed with Fabio Wardley's rise. You know, you look at this guy who, you know, first laced up a pair of boxing gloves only 10 years ago. 4 white-collar boxing events before turning professional, no amateur pedigree at all, and the kid's learnt the trade on the job, and he's been delivering. You know, I think that, you know, he's dynamic, explosive, very heavy-handed. 17 of his 18 fights have come inside the distance, and we see the improvements. Fraser Clark, the first fight where they had that draw, he showed a lot of character. He come for a horrid cut on his nose, but he stuck in there and he got that draw. They have the rematch in December back in Saudi Arabia, and he went out there and obliterated him, and he done it in style. We saw the damage to Fraser's face. Thankfully, he's okay. He's boxing again. But it would show the improvements and the class. And now he gets this opportunity. He's a lifelong fan, lives here in Ipswich, lifelong fan of the club, and he gets this opportunity. This is what dreams are made of. This is what it's all about. It's going to be a packed stadium here tonight, all to see Fabio Wardley, who's become a real star around these parts. And this kid, he feeds off the pressure. He's wanted this. You know, people ask, will it affect his performance? Will he get reckless? No. This will bring out the best in him. Justis Huni, as Gareth has highlighted, is a very good amateur. You know, he's well schooled, he's tough, but his downfall is that he'll come to fight Fabio, and anyone that wants to sit in the pocket genuinely gets knocked out. And that's the way I see the fight going. Huni's a good fighter, a better replacement than Jarrell Miller, but I think it's going to be a tough night for him here in the Lions' Den.
Well, you've just been talking about opportunity there, Spence. So what an opportunity it is for Justis Huni, because it wasn't his fight. It was originally Jarrell Miller's fight. He's been occupying a lot of his time in Australia. That's where he's been building his professional record up. He's been desperate for that big fight. There's been loads of talk of maybe this or maybe that. This is his moment tonight to come and shine.
It's very interesting. We talked about it last night on air on the sports bar. Huni's come in at 248 pounds, the heaviest of his career, 7 pounds heavier, John, than he was in his last contest. Fabio Wardley's 243, the same weight when he fought Fraser Clark the first time that night, which was an absolute barnstormer last year. And I think Huni's got that extra weight on because he knows he's got to go into a battle tonight.
Well, he's going to have to take it, isn't it? He's not just a question of dishing it out. We know Fabio Wardley's a big puncher, but how well does he take it if Huni comes back to him? And indeed, how well does Huni take it when Fabio unleashes those heavy shots on him? I don't think you need to be a huge follower of boxing to know that Wardley is not an elegant mover in the ring. He's not a boxer per se. And if you're going to see somebody who's actually going to make him look bad, it could, in theory, be somebody like Huni. But whether or not Huni's at that sort of level, frankly, I doubt. but it's going to be the boxer who will give Fabio Wardley the most problems.
But Wardley has acknowledged those things about him this week. He said he knows these things about him. He's got a few more tricks than Jarrell Miller, who he called a one-trick pony. He knows that Huni, or has called him fleet-footed, fast hands, so he will have prepared for that. And the opening salvos, the opening rounds, are going to be very important for Fabio Wardley to establish the rhythm of the fight.
We've got a lot to talk about when it comes to the heavyweight division, because there's a lot moving at the moment, and there's some exciting fights on the horizon, no more so than the Undisputed Championship between Mr. Usyk and Mr. Dubois, which I'm sure we're going to flirt with. We'll talk AJ, we'll talk Tyson Fury, and we'll also talk of the news surrounding Moses Atama's next fight, who, by the way, is in attendance this evening, so we might even get a little bit of a chat with him. But what I want to do, boys, I just want to pick your brains on where you think Fabio Wardley currently sits in the heavyweight mix-up right now. Top 10 for you, Spence?
Absolutely, I think you've got to put him in the top 10. He's WBA #1 ranked at the moment. This is for the WBA interim title, so that puts him in the mix. And interestingly, speaking to him this week, he said, look, I've done my apprenticeship, I've been through those fights, Fraser Clark has prepared me for those wars, and I'm ready. You know, I'm 30 years of age and I'm ready to go. I'm ready for the bigger names. Like, look, we know what's going on with the undisputed title, as you mentioned, July the 19th, Usyk and Daniel Dubois. So the titles are tied up there. If they fragment, he's the interim champion. He may get an opportunity somewhere else. But we've got all these fighters, not just the fighters in the twilight of their career, like your Anthony Joshua's, Tyson Fury. Is he retired? Is he not retired? You know, Deontay Wilder, he looks like he'll be coming back as well. We've got those guys, but you've got younger guys coming through, your next generation now, like Moses Atama, who you mentioned. You know, there's big fights out there still, and that's where he fits in with those big fights for sure. A win here secures that.
And there's obviously the WBO interim, Joseph Parker, the IBF interim in Ajit Kabayel. They're all WBC, all stacking up. And, you know, if we are we going to talk about Moses now and who he's lined up against?
We'll bring him in a minute. I'm just obviously focusing tonight on Fabio Wardley.
I think he's top 10. Just inside the top 10.
Well, tonight, what does a win here tonight mean for him?
Well, if he wins the interim title tonight, that's what I'm saying. I think there are Joseph Parker fights ahead for him. There are Ajit Kabayel fights there for him. He starts to begin to be in that kind of conversation, in that kind of discussion. I mean, there are certainly ways forward from here. He will always be a threat to other heavyweights in the ring. As John rightly points out, a very fleet-footed, fast-handed heavyweight boxer would arguably give him a lot of problems. But there's no one out there at the moment that's going to do that for him, who you could put him in against and say, well, he's not going to give them, well, he's going to give them a good fight, because he's worthy of it. He's proven it.
But was the fleet-footed amateur pedigree fighter supposed to be Fraser Clark? Was that not supposed to be him, the bronze medalist from the Olympics? Yeah, but he's got a good amateur pedigree. He's picked up a bronze medal at the Olympic Games.
Different type of fighter, Adam.
I'm not saying that he's not, but he's got good amateur pedigree, hasn't he?
They stood and had a war for 12 rounds.
I tell you who's got great amateur pedigree, and that's Justis Huni. He has got great amateur pedigree, and that could be. This is the interesting point that John Rawling pointed out. He go like, if Justis Huni can deliver them fundamentals in the ring, it could be a tough night for Fabio Wardley. If Huni gets into any sort of rhythm, uses those long arms and then reach, and he puts his shots together well, it could prove an uncomfortable night. I don't think he does.
But let's go back to what happened when he fought Kevin Lerena. He had problems against Kevin Lerena late in that fight.
And so did Daniel Dubois.
He did. He was dropped 3 times, then he stopped him. No, it's fascinating. I agree with you on Justis Huni. I agree completely. But I don't think Fabio Wardley will let him settle. And that's why he's saying those things about Huni, because he knows he's got to counteract that very early.
So going back to my original point, tonight, in winning tonight, you're pushing him more towards a Parker and a Kabayel and those types of characters before the end of the year. Are you saying that?
I think so. I think he deserves it. If he deals with Huni handily, and he has taken him very seriously, look, Huni could go out and completely outbox him tonight. That is possible.
Wardley puts himself in the mix for them guys straight away off the back of this win.
Agreed.
He doesn't need that. There is no other places for him to go. He's the WBA #1, he's the interim champion, and the big names are there. There's big fights, like I say, titles don't have to be on the line now. We're in an era, you know, we're living in a heavyweight era where the best are boxing the best, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a world title on the line. That WBA interim means something, because if WBA ever becomes vacant, you get elevated to full champion. So defend the interim title against all these guys. Huge fights out there.
But the fights he won't have, Dillian Whyte is too much of a big brother and a mentor to him. Anthony Joshua isn't going to take a fight with Fabio Wardley because it doesn't work. So those are the guys he should be heading towards.
Well,
Parker and Caballero.
Yeah, but that's what we want, don't we? We want
Absolutely
we
do.
want meritocracy in the game, and if people are winning and if people are doing well, then they should be matched up against
we
the
just
top
want great
contenders.
fights. We want great fights.
Well,
There's 10 great heavyweights,
well,
12 great heavyweights. The meritocracy is out of the picture because there are 4 belts and 4 champions generally.
No.
So that everyone else is fighting for the interim titles while Dubois and Usyk do their thing.
Yeah, but you also want people to be earning the right to be fighting the other top
But it
contenders.
takes time, Adam. It's not UFC. It takes time.
What do you mean it takes time?
It takes time for the belts to play out.
I'm not interested in a belt. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the top contenders fighting the top contenders.
Well, I think
so
we've
the
got it.
Parkers, the Caballeros, the Wardleys fighting each other.
That's what we're going to get. That's what I believe we get.
That's what we're saying. I do think that will happen.
Continuing the conversation regarding the heavyweights, there is noise at the moment regarding Moses Atama. We'll ask him later on because he's actually in the room, or should I say he's in the stadium.
It's a big room.
August 16th, Riyadh season. They've announced a couple of fights. On that card, rumoured to be Moses Atama against Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte was supposed to be fighting this evening. It didn't materialise, and we were told throughout the course of the week that he's on to bigger and better things. Those bigger and better things might be Moses Atama. Nick Ball, Sam Goodman is also supposed to be on that card as well, as is Anthony Kakachi against Ray Ford. This is August 16th, Riyadh season card. Spence, what do you think of that for Moses Atama and Dillian Whyte?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's a great move for Moses Atama, for sure. You know, the kid has not been tested. There's been opponents put in front of him that were meant to give him rounds. They haven't given him rounds because he is that good. You know, I think before he moves on to the echelons of top fighters, he needs to be given rounds. And I think that, you know, there's the guy that could do that. Dillian Whyte has a wealth of experience, but I think that Moses Atama starts a huge favourite going in now with where Dillian sat in his career. We was going to get him tonight, and obviously because of this news, he decided to go on to August the 16th in that huge fight for Moses. But that's all about Moses Atama. Let's make that right now. I think that he will start the big favourite there.
It's very interesting that it's Moses Atama potentially and Dillian Whyte. It's gone out on social media already. It's not been confirmed by Frank Warren, but I'll get over there in a little bit with Moses Atama and Frank. There was talk behind the scenes that Dillian Whyte had pulled out this week. I spoke to certain people, and he was being lined up to fight Joseph Parker in the autumn, but that looks like that's gone by the wayside right now. There's Lawrence Okoli, who's in the mix as well, by the way, who we haven't spoken about yet, and I believe we might be able to reveal something about him later on as well.
And the reason there's an interest in this fight for Dillian Whyte, you say, well, where's that going to get him? You know, he's at this level where he's looking for a big fight before he sort of checks out of the game. Well, Moses Atama being the WBO #1, that's where it gets him. It puts him in the position like Fabio Wardley's in tonight, and that's where Dillian needs to be. And I think that's the temptation, that's the carrot that's been dangled.
And he's also going to get a big payday by fighting in Riyadh as well.
Who?
Dillian.
Well, both of them should be.
No, I'm talking about Dillian specifically here now. I'm not trying to have a row with you at every juncture here. But what I'm saying is that, of course, it's a big fight for Moses, and he'll be paid very well in Riyadh. But what I'm saying, Dillian's a big name, and he thinks he's a big name, and he considers himself a big name, and he's been on some major nights that we've been ringside for. So he'll get well paid for that bout, and I think it's a good one. My mouth's watering already at the thought of it.
Do you think it's a competitive fight?
No, I think Moses wins inside 6 or 7.
Spence?
I think it's a great test to just tell us again just how good Moses is. I think that Dillian Whyte, you can't write this guy off. He's heavy-handed, he's got a wealth of experience. Hasn't looked particularly good in his last couple of contests.
But he'll be up for it.
But he'll be up for it, and he'll want to go out on his shield. So I think it's a great fight for young Moses to tell us, you know, or to underline, cement what we already think is he's going to be the next heavyweight great fighter.
That's August 16th. Moses Atama, Dillian White, Nick Bowles, Sam Goodman, Anthony Kakachi and Ray Ford supposed to be on that. We've obviously got, before that, in July, Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois. That'll be for the Undisputed Championship taking place at Wembley. Everybody's extremely excited about that. I'm sure we'll have plenty of build-up to that as we get a little bit closer to the event. A lot has been spoken this week, last week. Every single time we talk to heavyweights, we keep talking about a guy that's retired and a guy that's currently out injured, Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Is there any movement on news over the last 7 days since we've last spoken?
Not really. Tyson Fury's all about his new Netflix series at the moment, isn't he? And pulling a caravan like a large stallion of a horse, and kind of enjoying being on social media a little bit and trying to correct people when they're wrong over certain things. I spoke to Spencer Brown, his manager, earlier in the week, and I don't think Tyson's going to come back. His instinct is it's not going to be this year, and it's a shame because I think Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua would be ideal for the autumn. I think they were starting to get near it, but I'm not sure Tyson Fury's going to press the button at the moment to come back at him.
Where would that leave Anthony Joshua then?
Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder's fighting in a couple of weeks. He comes through that fight, which he's expected to, and we get Anthony Joshua against Deontay Wilder. The target is on Wilder's back. That's the fight, and commercially, I know you know, the hardcore boxing fans say, well, we don't want to see that. Deontay Wilder's looked a shell of his former self, nothing near what he was. Commercially, it's the biggest fight in heavyweight boxing outside of Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury.
All he needs, Deontay Wilder, is a viral knockout against Herndon late in June, late this month, and that fight could be on. It's watchable, it's a generational fight. We've wanted to see them fight for 7 flaming years. 2018 they first started talking about fighting each other when he was the WBC champion, Wilder. I think it's just about rescuable and salvageable.
I think we get AJ Wilder September.
Have you spoken to AJ recently? Where's his head at? What is he looking to achieve now with the Indian summer of his career?
Listen, Anthony Joshua wants to be remembered in this era as everybody boxing everybody, and he recognises what it is, and he wants to go out. He wants Deontay Wilder. He wants Tyson Fury. Ideally, it would be Tyson Fury next because they're at that stage of their career. But if it's not Tyson Fury, it's Deontay Wilder, and I think that's the way it'll go. It'll go Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, and that will be it.
A year from now.
Yeah, but what if Wilder does not deliver in a few weeks' time?
They'll have to find him someone else.
Then we've got a whole different situation. But I think that's the roadmap right now. And if that doesn't happen, if there's a bump in the road, then they'll look somewhere else.
Joseph Parker's a possibility for Anthony Joshua as well.
But that's only for Joseph Parker. AJ's not earned that fight.
No, but it will still work because it's a rematch, it's a fight.
Yeah, it works for Joseph Parker.
But you could say that Parker and White doesn't work because White doesn't deserve it. But you've got to make the matchups and keep people busy. We'd much rather see Anthony Joshua in. If he can't fight a Wilder because it's a calling card for him to fight Wilder, if he can't fight Tyson Fury, you've got to put him in against someone good.
Like
Parker.
I think AJ at this stage of his career, as I said, because he wants those 2 fights and they're the big fights for him, commercially, he's still the draw. He's still the guy, whether you like it or not, and you're talking about, you know, he's earned it on merit. He's a 2-weight world champion and he's earned it on merit. He brings to the table, it's also a business as well. I get that all the other guys have worked their way into interim titles and, you know, they're all there, Agit Catterall and Joseph Parker, who deserve those shots. Not saying that Anthony Joshua deserves the shots, but if he boxes Tyson Fury, it won't be for the belts.
No.
That's what I'm saying. But, so it makes sense, you know. And if he boxes Deontay Wilder, it won't be for the belts.
That makes sense.
So that's where we're at with it, and I think that's where he's at with it.
But then the conversation then starts to flip when you start mentioning Joseph Parker, because Joseph Parker is in a position where, with all due respect, he had the Dubois fight for a version of the world title. Dubois pulled out of that fight, so he's not done anything wrong.
It's gone now, Ad. We have to leave that. It's gone.
But Joseph Parker's not done anything wrong.
No, I'm not saying he has, but that's gone, so you have to move forward with it. So Joseph Parker wouldn't say no to Anthony Joshua.
Of course he wouldn't.
Anthony Joshua would sell a big stadium.
Here we are right now, right? Agit Catterall is the WBC interim champion, yeah? We get the WBA interim champion tonight, probably Fabio Wardley. We got the WBO interim champion as well in Joseph Parker. when they have this undisputed fight, then titles are then going to fragment. A couple of those guys, or one of those guys at least, will get elevated to full champion, and then the landscape changes again.
I think Catterall and Wardley might be a fight that they make after this if Wardley wins very well tonight as well. There's a lot of doable fights. There's a lot of fights that if Fabio brings the house down tonight, you could bring Catterall back here and sell out the stadium again.
Yeah, but we're back on the right page here, because
they're just options ads. They're options in the heavyweight division. There's no right and wrong page. They're just all options. We're talking like promoters. That's what if we're thinking it, they're thinking it.
Yeah, but they're thinking more from the business point of view.
No, they're also thinking from what attracts fans as well, because we think
business.
in the same way.
That's business.
Yeah, but it's all business.
It's not all business, because if it was all business, Catterall Parker would be fighting for world titles now.
The reason they're not fighting is because they're both...
Because it doesn't make business.
Yeah, business is a huge part of it. I mean, look, if you imagine you had, let's use this as an example. You've got Catterall fighting Alexander Usyk. How do you sell that globally?
You're talking business again.
That's what I said. There is an element of business to this as well. We've got to recognise that.
But the guy, Catterall and Parker on in Germany and it would sell.
So why haven't they made that fight then?
Because they're both waiting for an opportunity to win a world title belt. But Parker's been out so long, Catterall's been out so long, they're going to have to join the dots at some point. They're going to have to keep them busy. And that's what we're talking about. All these moving parts at the moment. I mean, I'm quite surprised tonight, happily surprised that Moses Alma is fighting Dillian White. Because it's an opportunity for Dillian to get back in the big time and upset the apple cart. And it's a big name on Moses' record. Lawrence Okoli's out there as well. Why don't they put him in with a Catterall or a Parker? That's a great fight as well, in my view.
What? So July 19th, whatever happens July 19th, how does that affect the landscape?
If Dubois wins, Usyk will get another fight with him, because they'll give him the opportunity.
Well, he's earned that.
Well, maybe, but maybe not. It depends how you look at it, but I agree, he has earned it. But, and by the way, Tyson Fury, I didn't say it just now, in the background, do you know what he wants more than anything? The third fight with Usyk. That's what I'm hearing in the background. That's not meritocratic at the moment, because he's lost 2 fights in a row, and I'll agree with you. But the shake-up, what's fascinating at the moment there are a dozen great fights to make in the heavyweight division.
Yeah.
And that's a richesse for us right now. Well, it's a good problem to have, a good headache.
Finish your point on Usyk Dubois and how that...
After Usyk Dubois, I think if Dubois wins, Usyk will get a second fight at him.
Yeah.
Because it'll be so big, the second fight.
Yeah.
Depends how he wins. If Usyk suddenly gets old overnight, gets really badly beaten up and knocked out...
Well, he wins by stopping him.
No,
if he wins, he wins by stopping him.
He might knock him down early. He might knock him down early. You cannot... You'd have to knock Usyk out clean to stop him, in my view.
Right.
And he goes the whole distance. He gets badly beaten up. He loses on points. He's aged overnight in the fight, and it might be the end. But if he gets knocked out early, or they have a close fight, they'll do a second fight. They might keep all the belts, they might not. They might take the WBA, the IBF, they might not need a belt. They might need one belt. So then they'll all fracture, to your point earlier. And then all the others will fight for the individual belts.
So let's say Usyk wins.
No, because just let me finish. You remember, for the last 18 months, we've had all the heavyweight belts tied up. But that won't last forever.
No, politics will get in the way of it. Usyk wins, let's say Usyk wins. What happens?
If Usyk wins, he will fight probably Parker next.
Right. And what does Dubois do? What I'm trying to get to is, how does that fight then affect the other guy?
Probably fights Joshua.
Spence?
No, I don't see Anthony Joshua going down that route, if I'm totally honest, because of the fights that I've just mentioned. I think that if Usyk wins, you're right, Gareth, that's a great shout. It could be Joseph Parker if Usyk wants to continue. If Usyk wants to continue, and that's where you go. And then I think that the titles fragment, they'll go places. And I think for Daniel Dubois, that's a tough road back, because people won't want to fight Daniel, because he's rising and he's dangerous, and they'll only want to fight him if he's holding something. But what I'm saying is, he'll get the shot again, he'll get the opportunity again, but I don't know where that would lie. But I think for Usyk, he goes Joseph Parker next, and he's cleaned up.
Interesting.
There's so much happening. I think we are really genuinely, because of what's happened over the last 18 months, the investment of Turkey Al-Sheikh and the Saudi Arabians, the shake-up of the heavyweight division, the undisputed title twice in a year for the first time in 25 years. I know that you like one champion, UFC style, all those things, but there's nothing wrong with us having 4 champions at some point, and maybe you have a tournament with the 4 champions. Anything can happen.
No, listen, I like the idea of one single, one song per division. I think it's a lot cleaner. This is why I'm having this conversation with you guys, to find out where your heads are at on how this heavyweight division is going to play out over the next 12 to 18 to 24 months. Because having 4 belts holds things up and it confuses, because you've just admitted yourself, Joseph Parker and Caballero are sat now waiting for an opportunity. But now, tonight, we're crowning yet another interim. So they'll be sat waiting, holding up the backlog of the division. Are the top contenders going to fight the top contenders? I don't know if they are, because they're one throw away from fighting for what we would class as a legitimate title.
But heavyweight division is different to all the other divisions, and that's why when you make a matchup that works in the heavyweight division, it can carry a whole card in without a world title fight. It can carry a stadium. It can carry your thoughts for months.
We waited for the best part of 25 years to get the next undisputed world champion, didn't we? And we got that in Alexander Usyk. That fight from 1999 was Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield. That was the last undisputed before we got Alexander Usyk. And I think we're at this stage now where the belts are being held together. After this fight, July the 19th, then belts scatter again. It's going to take a long time to get those belts back. These interim champions may get elevated. They've got that dream of becoming the world champion, and then we get the best fighting, the best two. I still think we get the best fights out of them.
Well,
I really do now.
That's the key thing.
I think the politics now are like the way forward has been shown, and I think those politics now have gone out of that because the promoters are working together.
And that's the key as well. And broadcasters are not going against each other all the time. So, and we know that Turkey Al-Sheikh is a fan of all these fights being made. One of the signs tonight, if Moses Itauma is going to fight Dillian Whyte in Riyadh, maybe that's a sign that with Frank Warren and the Warrens and Warren management and Francis Warren, that Turkey wants to get his hands and his claws into Moses Itauma, because he believes he's the guy that's going to be undisputed. I do.
How far then, if Moses Itauma comes through, as many would think that he would do in a fight with Dillian Whyte in fantastic fashion, how far is he away from fighting for one of these belts?
Look, I mean, it's crystal ball time all the time at the moment, and look, we haven't seen him under pressure. We haven't seen him get knocked.
Do you need to see him under pressure?
We do, yeah, we do need to see him under pressure. Dillian Whyte will put him under some kind of pressure, but again, Moses might stop him early. You don't know with him, he might go all the way. How long do I think before he fights for a belt? By the end of next year, in my view.
Yeah, I'm sort of with you on that one. I think it's going to be more difficult to hold him back than to let him go, because the kid is that great. And
it's 5 more fights, isn't it, probably?
Adam's right in what he says. The kid needs experience. I think Frank recognises that. There's been no secret about Frank saying that. You know, it's all right. Frank said, look, I could put him in with Anthony Joshua tomorrow. Do I think he beats him? Yes, I do. He said, but then where does that put him? Where does that place him? He said, it's not like I don't think he can beat Alexander Usyk, but once he's there, he's there. And I want him to, when we get him there, we want him to stay there. And that means coming through, you know, some of these tough fights. And I think that's why they chose Dillian Whyte, because on paper, Dillian Whyte should be able to give him a few rounds and should be able to make it difficult for him. He might go out there and blow Dillian away, but on paper, even right now, Dillian Whyte should be able to give him rounds, that's for
Still
sure.
Still a top 20 heavyweight.
I think that's great matchmaking by Frank Warren.
Listen, we've got a couple of fights that are going to be going on in the background whilst we're continuing our conversation. If I could bring in John Rawling for a little introduction to what we are going to be having in the background there. I can see Stephen Wardley has just made his way to the ring. John, what are we expecting in this one?
It's a WBA Intercontinental Cruiserweight title. This one, Stephen Ward, who comes from Belfast, has been an enormously popular fighter in Northern Ireland. Very, very game. Never seems to be in a dull fight. They call him the quiet man, but he's not a quiet man when he gets through the ropes. And he's up against tonight Mike Perez, who's a Cuban based now in Ireland, in Cork to be precise, and at one time was being touted as a really promising rising heavyweight some 10 or 12 years ago, but then he came against Alexander Povetkin, who poleaxed him in the first round, and he kind of lost his way. He's come back on a winning run since losing to Maurice Bridis. He's fighting now as a cruiserweight, so you've got a talented Cuban in Mike Perez against a very game Irishman in Stephen Ward, and it's got the makings of one which is going to go a fair few rounds, and it's got the making of one which will be a very appealing contest for the fans.
John will keep us up to date with this fight as it progresses. And don't forget, coming up a little bit later on, we've got Fabio Wardley and Justis Huni. That is our main attraction, which will be taking place over on talkSPORT. We'll be crossing over there at 9 o'clock. We're currently on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as well. Now then, just moving away, gentlemen, from the heavyweight division and to more poignant conversations, actually. Because the boxing world sadly lost two fantastic names this week over in the United States of America. One of the best in Mike McCallum sadly lost his life earlier on this week out in Las Vegas, and we learnt a little earlier on today that James Cook, MBE, sadly passed as well. If I can start with James, because it's the more closer one to us here on UK soil. Horrible to hear, especially, and people say this all the time, I only saw him last week, I only saw him a couple of weeks ago, and we did. We saw him obviously in attendance for the UBAG Ben night, didn't we? And to learn of his passing today has really shocked a lot in the boxing community.
Well, I go back all my time in boxing with James, 35 years I've known him, and to hear this morning, I got a call from Haroon, Michael Watson's carer, and Michael sent me a picture of him with James Cook in the hospital this week. He passed away this morning from bladder cancer. It took him very quickly. He was 66. He was, of course, the former European and British super middleweight champion. MBE, by the way, member of the British Empire. He was 66 years old, but for the last 35 years, since I've known him after his career as well, he is a man who has changed thousands and thousands of lives, tirelessly giving his efforts to young people. Even in lockdown, Adam, I remember doing a story with him where they shut down the gym that he worked with youngsters, and he was meeting them all in the park because he was worried about them and not leaving them alone during those months and weeks of lockdown. An extraordinary man, some amazing victories, a victory over Michael Watson, a loss to Harold Graham, a victory over Errol Christie, a victory over Mark Kaler. One of the great guys, and I think they'll remember him here at some time tonight.
There will be a bell salute a little bit later on this evening. John, if I can bring you in before you start watching this fight, if I may, my friend. Listen, a fantastic fighter, and as Gareth just said, the British European champion, but I think his legacy is going to live on for the work that he did outside of the ring post-career.
Yeah, it's outside the ring, his work there, for which he got the MBE. I mean, he touched so many lives in the Hackney area of London, and a lot of kids who, without the input of James, I think there'll be a lot of listening right now will say, yeah, I might well have gone off the rails completely were it not for James Cook. And I know it's kind of a cliche when people pass, they always say what a great lad he was. But James really was. He was one of the nicest people you would meet, and vastly, vastly respected within the boxing world.
Loved.
And indeed within the London community. He's a great guy, and I personally was absolutely horrified when I saw that he died earlier on today. I hadn't anticipated it. I was shocked, profoundly shocked. I still am. But I'll always remember James with a smile. Do you know, a little bit earlier on, I was talking to Mike Goodall, the master of ceremonies for many years with Mickey Duff, and he'd introduced James Cook, and he said how much he liked him and how close he'd got to him over the years. Now, on his phone, he's got a picture of James in that gym, surrounded by maybe 40 or 50 kids, all of them with huge smiles on their faces. You know, I mean, he meant so much to a community, so much to London, and I tell you what, if you never missed it, take it from me, he was a very, very special man.
Spence, I know that you've obviously been affected by this today. Horrible news. I know that you knew James quite well.
Yeah, I knew James very, very well. I mean, look, he took over that Pedro Community Centre back in 2003 when it was going to shut down in an area that was deprived. You know, it was a lot of knife crime, a lot of gun crime, and James took that over and he took the kids in, he took them under their wing. It wasn't just about turning them into boxers, he was developing them, teaching them the life skills, putting them on that right road. He saved hundreds, thousands of lives. He was just a good soul, you know. He was a beautiful human being. Like, you know, he used to light up anywhere he was at, every show. We see him working with past and present fighters. Great guy. I remember back in 2000, I was working for Sky Sports at the time. I'd not long come out of my career, and we was doing a trainers series where we went around with 10 of the best trainers in the country, and we went up to see Errol Graham and and we had Howard Rainey and Jim McDonald, and we went down to James Cook's gym, and it happened to be the gym that I used to train in a lot, which was the Henry Cooper down at Old Kent Road. So we went down because James was working with Richard Williams, The Secret at the time, and a few other fighters, Ted Bammy, and he was like working day in, day out there. And we went down and said, look, James, come on, you do these techniques. You know, you lost to Errol Bomber-Graham, but you beat Michael Watson, an undefeated Michael Watson. You're a British and European champion. We want to give you a bit more exposure, so we're going to come down, train with you 3 or 4 days. So we went into the gym, and he used to put the ropes up across the ring to make you sort of roll underneath the ropes and everything else. But he said, look, Spence, you're not training with me unless you listen to the reggae music. You've got to listen to the reggae music. Now, anyone that knows James knows that he come over from Jamaica when he was 9 years of age. He was still very much a Jamaican. He loved his roots. And he says, yeah, it's all about, he said, but the problem you've got is you've got no rhythm, have you? He said, you've got no rhythm at all. He says, we're going to put them, he was blasting out the Bob Marley tunes and the music, and we had these ropes. And it was just such a great memory for me, because he was just such an infectious person. And it was fun, and he was teaching me stuff at the same time, and he he passed on that knowledge to thousands of people, and I think it was a beautiful thing. And he's a beautiful human.
And he had a very, despite the fact he was a boxer, he had an extraordinarily gentle soul, didn't he? He was quietly spoken. He always stopped to say hello. He was beautifully mannered. Just a wonderful human being, and like all of you, I am so saddened. I'm felt so. It was like a punch to the chest when I read that this morning. The message from Michael Watson.
We've lost a friend, haven't we, Gareth? You know, last time I had a really good chat to James was down at Colin Hart's memorial service. You know, the Sun journalist who died a few weeks back. And he came up to me, and it wasn't like sort of just talking to a former sportsman. It was like talking to a mate. He just comes up to you and gives you a great big hug, and it makes you feel special. And that's the sort of man he was. It made me feel special, and I'm sure he's made so many others feel the same.
He'll be absolutely sorely missed. Beautiful words from all 3 of you gentlemen. And of course, I mentioned at the start of this, we also lost Mike McCallum this week as well, over in Las Vegas. Allegedly on the way to the gym. I've got a random story about him in a minute, which I will share, but what an unbelievable fighter, John. Multi-weight world champion, the original body snatcher. I mean, this guy was the absolute business.
Well, phenomenal fighter, and he was an avoided fighter as well. There were plenty out there who didn't want anything to do with Mike McCallum. And, you know, people talk about Harold Graham and not being, not getting right to the top. And was he the man who should have got to the top? And also Michael Watson, and we all know what happened to Michael Watson, but there are plenty of people within boxing who would tell you and suggest to you that the damage to Michael Watson was done by Mike McCallum, and that he was never the same after he'd been in the ring with Mike. He was a savage puncher, great left hook. That's why they called him the body snatcher.
He did indeed give Michael Watson a severe beating, and that was obviously just a fight or two before the Chris Eubank fight. The fights, rather. Mickey Duff was his promoter, then of course Michael Watson's promoter, and had sent him over to the US to fight McCallum on short notice. Wasn't really in great shape, and he got absolutely battered by the body snatcher.
Yeah, phenomenal fighter, Mike McCallum. Many would say actually he was the best of all that era. Remember the knockout over Donald Curry, who was considered one of the pound for pound greats then, and that left hook that he hit him with. phenomenal puncher to the body and to the head. And
The fights with with Tony.
Oh, James Toney. I mean, you're not going to get better than that. Like anybody that, you're watching modern day boxing now, go back on YouTube, look these guys up. James Toney, Mike McCallum, the body snatcher. Even when you're talking about we're talking about the defence of Michael Watson, the way that he used to box, let fighters punch themselves out. That's where you're going to learn boxing.
The inside work, the swaying from the hips, the footwork, the exchanges, absolutely off the charts, weren't they?
He was another one who proved that you don't need to be a nasty piece of work to be a boxer either. Absolute gentleman, and in the years that followed, if you went up to him and spoke to him and said, hi Mike, and then you said, I was there when you fought Michael Watson or something, so, suddenly you'd got a mate. And he was always so generous, so kind with his time, ready to talk about the sport and about everything that he knew about it. And he knew a hell of a lot, Adam.
Well, I found out that firsthand because I was lucky enough to be in Las Vegas on one of our fantastic fight weeks, and I was doing a piece with Teofimo Lopez in one of the Las Vegas gyms. There was a couple of fighters in there. I think Rolly Ramiro was in there as well, and it was a buzzing gym. Usual thing we've all been in these situations. There was a gentleman in a Hawaiian shirt just sat in the corner, and I looked over and I went, "Is that?" And the people that I were with went, "I think it is." We were unsure whether it was or whether it wasn't, because he'd aged by that point. But I went over and had a little bit of it. Stood a little bit close to see if I could catch the accent or whatever. Anyway, I ended up plucking up a bit of courage and went over and said, "Excuse me, it's Mike McCallum, isn't it?" And he went, "Yeah." Introduced myself, and for the next half an hour, it was just awesome. Sitting with greatness and just shooting the breeze about fights. He was picking the brains of Teofimo Lopez and various fighters that were in the gym, just passing on his knowledge. Just really beautiful to watch.
You nailed it there, sitting with greatness. And I believe he was the first Jamaican to win a world title as well.
Yeah.
That's another fact. And we've had some great fighters over the years winning world titles, but he wasn't just a world champion. He will go down as an all-time great. And we're not saying that now because he's no longer with us. It's facts. What a fighter he was, and what a gentleman as well. You just can't believe these guys how they can be so ruthless in the ring. Big George Foreman, who we lost as well. What a beautiful human being he was, and that he had that demeanour of being that big, angry, frightening guy. But he was never that. He was the big, soft, gentle giant.
Yeah.
That's what boxing is. It's a very sensitive sport, and these fighters are very sensitive guys.
Well, they've nothing to prove. They've nothing to prove, have they?
It's funny, just to bring it back to tonight for a moment, from these very sad thoughts. Justis Huni and Fabio Wardley. Fabio Wardley, to me, speaks like a gentle breeze, even though his fists do a completely different type of thing. They're very destructive. He's so gently spoken. It's like a breeze talking. And it's a special thing, boxing, and our people are very special, and it's important that we remember them on nights like this.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there's a lot of people tuning into our show that are adhering all the words that we are throwing towards those two gentlemen that sadly passed away this week. You can get stuck into the comment section on our talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel to pass on your condolences as well. Just a reminder, we're at Portman Road in Ipswich because we are bringing you some heavyweight action a little later on as Fabio Wardley and Justis Huni go at it in the main event. We've got a fantastic super lightweight European title fight as well as its chief support, of which we'll get to a little later. Continuing with the big talking points throughout the course of the week, we've talked heavyweights. We've obviously spoke about the two gentlemen that we've just been speaking about. I also want to bring up Vasyl Lomachenko, gentlemen, if I may, this week, because the great little Ukrainian has called time on his fantastic career, and it genuinely was fantastic. I know that people will look at the record and they'll say 18-3, come on, there's better records in the modern era. Do me a favour, this guy was a generational great, and anybody that got to see him, speak to him, be around him, will absolutely reciprocate that.
No question about that. Modern master. Let me paint a few of the details. Yes, it's 18-3, but a three-weight world champion who was naturally a featherweight, who won world titles, 2 weight divisions above his natural weight, who fought for a world title in his second fight against Orlando Solido, even though he lost it under Bob Arum and Top Rank. 396 amateur fights, 1 loss, avenged his defeats twice. World amateur champion twice, Olympic champion twice, both in succession. An extraordinary young man, a southpaw master. Yeah, he lost to Teo Lopez. And who else did he lose to? I'm forgetting now.
Solido the second fight, and Devin Haney.
And Devin Haney, of course. But you know what? he came back in both of those fights.
He
as
didn't
well.
lose two of them
There's-
fights.
He didn't fight for the first 6 rounds of those fights, but he came back. He was amazing to be around, always a gentleman. I'll never forget being in the Dean Martin Drive Top Rank gym and watching him do acrobatics, juggling, walking on his hands, jumping on his hands, being around him, absolute pleasure. And I don't know any other boxer who's got their father tattooed on their torso as a mark of respect to his father, Anatoly.
And quickly, can I just add to those stats? Yes, that's right, I want to add to those stats. He won a world title in his 3rd fight, quickest ever. Won a world title in his 7th world fight, 2nd world title, quickest ever. Won the 3rd world title in his 12th fight, quickest ever. Forget the 18 and 3. You look at it, he had 16 world title fights, this kid, in a 21 title fight career, a 21 fight career.
Yeah.
It's insane, man. Like, the guy is a generational great. You know, he'll go down as an all-time great. You've got to respect that. And fighting out of weight divisions that were never his.
And I was just about to say the exact same thing, Spence. I think he had 6 fights in his own weight division. The rest of it was out of his own weight division because he was constantly chasing the big ones.
He was a featherweight. He was a featherweight.
Yeah, I know. And he was constantly chasing those big, monstrous fights. He didn't shirk away from anybody. If you remember, when he fought Teofimo Lopez during the time of COVID, he actually subsidised Teofimo Lopez's money in order to get the fight. That's how much he wanted the opportunity to fight for undisputed status.
And fought with a damaged shoulder, which he had surgery on immediately after. It wasn't just, oh, I've got a damage. That was a matter of fact. I thought he nicked that fight. I thought he beat Devin Haney, that's for sure. So there's an argument here. You're looking at the record, there's an argument. You go, those losses really shouldn't have even been on his record anyway.
But you look at him down at featherweight and the Walters fight, Rigondeaux, he just
made him
dealt
quit.
with everyone.
He made them all quit.
And no one could put a Walters was a very tough Jamaican. Rigondeaux, no one could lay a glove on. It was will-o'-the-wisp, Jack in the box in the ring. He made them look ordinary.
Phenomenal fighter. We wish him all the best in his retirement, and I've no doubt whatever he turns his energies to, he's going to be phenomenal at that as well, because obviously his country are currently going through some horrific things. I know that he's been right front and centre with his big mate, Mr. Usyk, doing some fantastic things for the people of Ukraine, and I'm sure he's going to continue doing that and put his energies, fingers crossed, he keeps putting his energies into boxing, because there's a lot of knowledge there, isn't there? And hopefully some young whippersnappers out of Ukraine can learn from that great man.
I think there will be a legacy with him. I think we've got that with Ukraine and its boxers anyway, but I think he'll put more input back, like you say. I also think he'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yes.
And I don't think he's a guy that's going to be drawn back into another fight.
No, I think that's it. Listen, he's a man of his word. Obviously he believes in the higher powers, doesn't he? So therefore, at the end of the day, if he's made that decision, it's done. That's it.
Listen, I think that, you know, you're talking about Lomachenko, and he brought something new to the game. You know, he changed the sport in many ways. The angles now that you see all the fighters doing come from Lomachenko. The hand sweep, the pulling the hands down, come from Lomachenko. He changed the style of boxing today.
I agree, and what he did was he was an aggressive counter-punching southpaw.
He was a violent ballerina.
Down, walked them into exactly a violent ballet dancer. Walked his opponents down, made them fight him, and beat them up in the counter-punch.
Oh, I love him.
Those last 6 rounds against Devin Haney, when he was slipping and sliding under Devin Haney the whole time, was a joy to behold.
It's beautiful. Listen. He was an absolute joy. I love him to bits, and I wish him all the best. And hopefully we get to see him on British soil. Hopefully he's here for the Usyk fight, eh? Hopefully he comes over so we can have a proper celebration with him, and the talkSPORT audience can obviously hear from the great man, if obviously he's over to watch his mate against Daniel Dubois. Do stick with us. We're at Portman Road. There's plenty more to come. We're going to be bringing you some live action very, very shortly. Inside this ring as well, there's going to be a tribute as well to James Cook, and we don't want to be missing that on the radio. So make sure you stick with us here on the talkSPORT network. We're at Portman Road in Ipswich tonight for some heavyweight action as Fabio Wardley takes on Justis Huni. I'm Adam Catterall. Pleasure to be with you. Gareth Davies alongside me, as is Spencer Oliver and John Rawling. There's a few faces starting to scatter ringside. I can see Moses Atama, he's in the building as well. And I'm sure there'll be more coming to join us in the cold and the wet in this stadium. You gave us a little bit of an update earlier on, didn't you, regarding the current situation with the weather and how that could affect everything, but so far so good. Touching all the wood in the world, we're blessed at the moment. We've got fights on.
Touching wood like you, we are supposedly, by the long-range weather forecast, past the worst of it now, but it is very, very grey above. At about 6 o'clock tonight, the downpour was biblical. It really wasn't very nice at all, and we were all given these beautiful ponchos that you can see on the watch-along on the YouTube channel right now. But these are the rules, I'll just reiterate them. If the rain comes hosing down, they will stop bouts, but if they go beyond 5 minutes and they can't fight because of the rain sweeping through the stadium, it'll be declared a no contest. And if the lightning and thunder gets within 10 to 15 kilometres, they will turn off all the equipment, all the electrical equipment, allow the storm to pass and wait for 30 minutes after the storm has passed, and we will resume service, i.e. rain stopped play.
There you go. We'll get a quick update from John Rawling regarding the contest that is still going on between Perez and Ward. John, what's the latest, mate?
We're into the second half of the fight, and there's not a lot to choose between them. Ward looks maybe the fitter and the stronger in there. Is the younger man, 35, against Perez, who's 39, and surely Perez has got his best days behind him. But just when you think Ward's starting to get an edge on Perez, he comes back with some really good punches. Like now, he's got Ward on the ropes and he lands a really solid straight left hand out of his southpaw stance into Ward's face, and he's got him backpedaling now, and Ward's wanting to hold on and buy a bit of time, and Perez has got a chance here in this 6th round, maybe to put the Belfast man away. But you know that Ward is so strong, he's such a battler, he'll keep in there, he'll try to meet fire with fire, and he'll try to come back off the ropes. But Perez, right on cue there, produced a really good, effective front push dominance and showed some quality shots, but then also right on cue, back comes Ward. He's got great fighting qualities, real grit, and he comes back and lands a solid right hand himself, and it looks as though he maybe has risen out the storm, Spenny.
Yep, he certainly does. That was a great onslaught there from Perez, who just come forward, landed some hooks out of that southpaw stance. Ward soaked them up well and started coming back himself. This fight, Adam, has really caught light here in the second half of the contest.
Good to see. The boys will keep you up to date with everything that's going on between Perez and Ward, and as John and Spencer just highlighted there, it really has kicked off in the 6th round. Let's turn our attention to some things that are going on elsewhere in the world of boxing. There's obviously another stadium show going on this evening up in Barnsley. We'll get stuck into that in a moment or two. But last night, Josh Kelly was back in action. Gareth, he took care of his opponent within the 1st round. He seems to have got his mojo back. He's been bubbling along quite nicely. I personally, as a fan, am now looking at the Josh Kelly train, thinking to myself, right, we need to pull the trigger now. We need a name. I know that they had him matched up with Liam Smith. It didn't materialise because of illness, but we need that name now, don't we? We need to put him in with someone that really resonates with the fan base.
To tell the full story, he had a very bad night at welterweight, didn't he, against David Avanesian. He went away, he healed his mental and emotional problems. He had nearly a year away from the game. He teamed up with Adam Booth, the Dark Lord, as we always used to call him when he was David Hayes' trainer and George Groves' trainer, very clever psychologist and trainer. And they've rebuilt him as a super welterweight, or a light middleweight, as I and myself and John and Spencer would have called it at one time. And I think he looks very good. I think he's got more power now at 154 pounds. But he believes in himself more. He's grown up. He's no longer a kid. He's a man. I really liked that Liam Smith fight, by the way, as well. A fight we wanted to see, but we never did. They got very close to happening. And I'm not sure who he fights next, but they need to put him in that American mix. He needs to go and have a fight in America, in my view. Get him over there. He's promoted, of course, by the Sourlands. He goes a little bit under the radar because they're fighting on a Friday night. The TV deal all works. Numbers do watch it, but I'd love to see him go and fight in America.
Yeah, there's a huge opportunity for him out in America. He'd done that before, didn't he, against Ray Peterson, was it, when he boxed? When he got that controversial draw, he had to go back, rebuild, come from there. He tired massively in that second round, didn't he? And he come back, and then obviously the Avanesian fight was a big setback for him, but I think he's in a great space right now. I think he's matured, he's developed as a fighter, and he's ready for the big fights. Conor Benn, he's been calling out recently, saying, listen, you know, let's make that fight, let's make it happen. I don't think Conor would be interested in that right now. He's going on his own path, he's going on his own route, but it's time to let him go now. We need a better opponent. I think it was a one-round demolition job last night. The body shot was the key shot, but look, shot selection, brilliant. Boxing IQ, great. He looks great. Commercially, you know, he can sell himself very, very well. Yeah. It's time now to make a move. He's been a pro over 9 years now. That's a long, long time as a professional not to have made the move.
Do you pull the trigger on a world title shot? Now, let me try and explain it. I know that he's not gone down the traditional route of navigating British, Commonwealth, European and all those types of things, but he's got himself in a really good position with the IBF. I think he's ranked number 4. Last night obviously was a demolition job, of which keeps him in that solid position for Murtazaliev, who is the champion. Not a lot of people want to fight Murtazaliev because he is a destructive guy. He comes forward and he's blowing people away. Josh does have maybe a bit of an elusive style if he, you know, sticks to it and sticks boxing. You've got other... Yeah, I'm glad that you've all mentioned it, like the American thing, because the one thing that I take away from the performance last night is his post-fight interview. He says they put the Conor Benn thing to him. He said, listen, I want to fight for a world title. Brilliant, want to fight for a world title. There's other great names out there. Xander Zayas is currently in a good spot over in America. You've got, if you want to go for maybe a bigger name, former champion.
WBO is vacant. Xander's at 1, he's at 4. That's a great fight. There's a matchup can be made with Top Rank. They're looking for a big fight.
There's other guys ahead, like you've got Shushu Carrington, who's also ahead of that, and all, there's a couple of others. But regarding a big name that has been there, done it, and got the T-shirt, could you get him in with someone like Keith Thurman?
Listen, I think that right now you need to get him in like he's been around a long time, you know. I think that prospect days now are gone. And like I say, he's done that apprenticeship, and it is like, look, Keith Thurman would be a great name because he's a big name, so commercially it sort of makes sense. But all the names you just mentioned there, Adam, anyone that's holding a world title, you've got to take that gamble, whether it's a big name, whether you've got to take a pay cut or whatever it is, because this is about a legacy, fulfilling dreams. Win that world title, then go and,
I like, you know,
you can demand.
He's saying that, he wants to do that.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me ask
that's
you both.
Let me
ask you both then. Like you say, Bakram Murtazaliev, very tough fight for him, in my view.
But he's the champ, and that's who you've got to go through if you want to become the champ.
Terence Crawford obviously is up at super middle, fighting Canelo. Jamel Charlo, champion in recess.
What, right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. How long's he been out for, though? I don't even know if he's still fighting.
I'm just saying about the matchup. Sebastian Fundora.
Very tough. Fundora's got a rematch, hasn't he, coming up with Tim Tszyu?
Virgil Ortiz. Does he match with these guys? Virgil Ortiz. I don't think he beats Virgil Ortiz.
Well, he might not beat him, but what I'm saying is, do you roll the dice and go for it?
Absolutely, yes. That's the point. You've got to roll the dice and go for it with any one of the names, because he's there now. He's not going to improve. He's not getting better. He's at the peak of his career right now.
I agree.
Time to roll the dice, baby. Time to get it off. Any of them, mate, any of them.
They're very tough fights.
Any of them in his weight division in front of him, he has to take the fight.
The thing is what you're saying there, Spence, and I agree with you. I think there's a lot of talent at 154 pounds. There's a lot of talent at 154 pounds without high risk, low reward, if you know what I mean. Because there's a lot of talent without the name value that could really pop for him, isn't there?
But what you've also got to add to that, as George Warren says to us, we got the ponchos for you boys, and if you can see us on the watch-along, we're fairly dry at the moment because, and thank you, George Warren and the Warrens in Queensbury for keeping us dry tonight, as well as supplied by great fights at ringside. My thing is this. Josh Kelly wants to be in a fight where he earns well from it, not just wins the world title as well. Yep. So what you have to factor in, what he's going to earn to challenge those guys.
You're doing business again, aren't you? You're doing business.
I'm
doing business again to me.
And I disagree with that. I think he wants the world title fights. He's had the earning money fights. He's earned the money. It's not about just money now. He does want to chase that dream.
but he's going to be on the poor end of the business deals.
Okay,
that's
let me
all.
give you this, right? You just highlighted a couple of great fights there. Let's say he goes away and becomes the world champion.
Well, then there's his big money fights.
There you
after
go.
that. No, that's how it's always worked. But what I'm saying is, they will be sitting. Adam Booth is a very smart man, as you both know, all three of us, or four of us know. But I think the key. But I think the key is with Josh Kelly and Adam Booth, they will be looking at the finances as well.
Yeah, but I think look, you've got to look at the bigger picture here. It's not just a smash and grab. You've got to speculate to accumulate, and he's got to take the risks, and he'll have to take the pay cut to get the bigger money. And I think they understand the business. So you're not going to go, right, he's not the champion, so he's not going to demand the big money. You have to be the champion to demand the big money. If he becomes world champion, all of a sudden, hello, Conor Ben
how
wants
many
to
of
fight
those
him.
world champions does he,
fight
both
him.
of you, how many of those world champions does he beat right now?
Well, that's not
Very
the conversation. That's not the conversation, though. The conversation is about the opportunity, and he has to take it now. That's the
Don't disagree with you, but I don't think they're thinking like that.
No, not whether he becomes world champion. He has to have the opportunity. He has to see if he can do it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's one of the toughest divisions to become a world champion in is 154 pounds.
Without there being giant names.
I agree. And if he can do it, I think, wow, I'd be very, very impressed if he can do it. But now's the time. He's 31 years of age. You've got to roll, haven't you? You've got to go
I'm
for
playing
it.
devil's advocate with you, because I know that's how they'll be thinking.
I like it. I like it. I like
Tim Shue is there as well. They could have that fight in Australia.
Just a quick one. I'm going to cross back over to John Rawling, because there is a count going on, and it's Stephen Ward that's on the floor, John.
Yeah, I suggested that Ward was starting to lose his way just a little bit in this fight, and Perez, despite showing signs of tiring himself around the halfway stage, we're now in the 8th round of 10, and there's blood seeping from a cut above the right eye of Ward, and there's 20 seconds to go here in this round, and Perez, who's got 21 wins by stoppage and his 30 victories into the last 10 seconds, and he's put him down for a second time. A barrage of punches sending him sinking to the floor, and Bob Williams might have seen enough, but he allows the fight to continue. 2 knockdowns, so that's a massive round there to Mike Perez, and the Cuban looks as though he might be at the age of 39, but at this stage, with us 2 rounds to go, looks as though he's heading for victory, and I don't think Ward's got a lot left.
No, but Martin Murray, Jamie Moore and Nigel Travers are not pulling him out at the moment. You can see in the corner Martin Murray still speaking to him, and they're asking him how he is.
They're not pulling him out, but they're having them serious words, and referee Bob Williams has gone over. I'm not sure he's going to carry on, boys, and I'm going to tell you, if he does carry on, we're going to get 30 seconds into the round and the fight's going to be over. But what decision now?
Let's get into the corner. Let's get into the corner and hear
Prove me
it.
fucking wrong, yeah? Prove me wrong. Nice and fucking tight, mate.
Well, that was quite a time to go into the corner, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it
I'm
was.
sorry
He
about
said
the
to him,
language.
final talk, prove me wrong, he said to him.
Yeah, he did. He also said a few other things which I'm duty bound to apologise for. We now move into another round, and we see if Ward can dig deep, bite on his gum shield, and somehow find a way to stay in there. He looks a bit unsteady to me. I don't think he's got a lot left. He battled hard to beat Tommy McCarthy and keep his career alive in his last fight back in March, but Perez now is walking him down and looking for an opportunity to land hurtful shots. Maybe that big left hand is going to be the one which does the damage. Finally, he's put him down again with a terrific left hand into the solar plexus. Ward goes down, he's up, but are they? Well, Martin Murray's thrown the towel in, and he said enough's enough. Referee Bob Williams waves it over, and Mike Perez, this talented Cuban, very much a veteran nowadays, but he had too much for the Belfast man, Stephen Ward.
Yeah, right on cue there. As I said, 30 seconds into the round, this fight would be all over, and that's exactly what it is. I don't think they needed to send him out, if I'm honest. I think that Stephen Ward had seen enough, had enough. He come out, and there was a lot of punches gone in there. Great performance there by Perez in this late stage of his career, coming off back-to-back victories with KOs. He's put himself back in the mix, John.
Gareth, you were saying something very important during that final break there. namely what was going on according to the corner, and I apologise for jumping all over you and saying sorry for a couple of F-words.
No, I think all three of them, Moore, Travers and Murray, they're very experienced fight people. They've all fought themselves, amateur and pro. They're brilliant in the corner. They read him the riot act and they were saying, prove me wrong, because he said, I want to carry on. And you don't like brave corners and you don't like boxers being too brave for their own good. And thankfully, Spencer, it wasn't 30 seconds, you were wrong. It was about 12, thank God.
Yeah, absolutely right. Look, I think that the corner were trying to G him up. You're right, Nigel Travis.
I think they wanted to pull him out, Spence. I think they wanted to pull him out.
They were trying to pull him out. They were saying, prove us wrong then.
Yeah, prove us wrong. Go out there and
Too
do
brave.
something.
Too brave.
He went out there, took 20 unanswered punches, ended up on the seat of his pants. For what? That's where I'm going with it. It was, look, I get it, it's opportunity, but Perez there, look, he's coming in the twilight of his career. He's on a roll.
Should they have demanded he didn't go out then?
Absolutely, it's the corner's job, you know, it's the corner's job. It's not, the fighter will go out on his shield. That's the way that he's built, you know, it's like they are very mechanical in the way that they are, you know, regimental.
The winning punch, incidentally, that left, which I said went into the solar plexus. It was beautifully timed, but it was also, I'm pretty sure, in the sort of region that punch from Daniel Dubois was in when he put Alexander Usyk down.
Mike Perez, by the way.
You're causing trouble here now, you are, aren't you? Look at him.
Mike Perez, by the way, a fascinating story if you don't know much about him.
Wasted talent.
Wasted talent, great Cuban fighter, who's lived in Ireland for the last decade, and basically, he'd been on the Source, they got him off it. Pascal Collins is the guy training. He lives with Pascal's brother, another Collins, in Dublin. He looked brilliant tonight at the age of 40.
Here is the official time. 49 seconds of round number 9. Our referee in charge, Bob Williams, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout. And now, the WBA Intercontinental Cruiserweight Champion, Mike the Rebel Perez.
There you go. Mike Perez gets the job done against Stephen Ward, 9th round stoppage. Congratulations to him. We're at Portman Road tonight in Ipswich. Heavyweight action on Heavyweight Radio. That's coming up a little bit later on. But we've also got the debut of an Olympian. Lewis Richardson is going to be doing his thing in this ring very, very shortly. Spence, you were out in France at the Olympic Games, paying full attention to Lewis Richardson. Obviously, this time around, Team GB didn't really shine like they've shone in previous Olympic Games, but as an amateur, he's been sensational, and there was a lot of people wanting this young man's signature, and Queensbury got it.
Listen, we're talking about a kid here in 2018 had a fracture in his back, and it looked like career over. He had to overcome that, a stress fracture in his back, and he overcome that by hard work, dedication. We went out to those games, Paris 2024, and you look down the list of the names that were in there, and I think that Lewis Richardson was the only name that I picked out that thought couldn't medal. He excelled. You know, we interviewed him a few times. We thought, you know what, this kid's got a bit of charisma about him, a bit of character about him. But he was delivering in the ring as well, and he was the underdog in all the fights going in against former medalists, former champions, and he was beating them. And then in the semi-final against Marco Verdi from Mexico was another fight I thought he won, and I thought he was very hard done by. It was a close fight, yes, but I thought he should have been in that final. You know, the kid went from strength to strength, and he grew as a character out there. You're going to like what you see with this kid. He's very charismatic, and he can fight as well. Tall southpaw. Let's hope he can make that transition.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, because you get guys, obviously, that do well at the amateurs. They move into the pro game, and it's a completely different sport, and they don't make that move over. You think he's got a pro style, do you?
No, I don't think he's got a pro style. That's the point. And that's why I said let's hope he can make that transition. But someone that John Rawling will know very, very well, who's worked with for many years, Richie Woodall, never had a pro style either, but he could deliver. He could make that transition and make his style work behind the jab, the straight shots through the middle. But the way he's going to make that transition is by keeping the style that he's got, but he's going to have to show a lot of grit, a lot of determination, a lot of character. But, you know, John look, someone that you know very well, Richie Woodall, he was able to do that. By the way, Olympic bronze medalist as well, you know, so...
And became a world champion
absolutely,
as well at super middleweight.
A standout world champion, you know, and he was involved in some big fights. Richardson reminds me a little bit of a Richie Woodall type.
Southpaw, tall lad like Richie, same sort of height. Richie, I think 6'1". I bet Lewis is not far short of that.
No, he's 6'2".
6'2", is he? Well, you know, he's a classical style. Thank you. You've had your tape measure out together.
Well, listen. You being as small as I am, mate, they always look so big to me. I do have to ask the numbers.
Well, he's going to be making his pro debut in a month or two here in Portman Road. Just a quick one on Delicious Huni, because I don't think we've actually had a conversation about Delicious calling time on his career just after one pro fight. Again, great amateur pedigree. Stepped into the pro ring, had one fight, and then decided, listen, I'm going to go off and I'm going to go and do my studies and spend my time elsewhere.
Listen, if the fight's left you, it's left you. You know, I think that Delicious Huni was one of the guys in 2024 Paris Olympics that was expected to medal. He went out earlier. Again, I thought he was very unfortunate. It was a close fight, but he went out, he didn't deliver. He didn't look particularly good out there. And I think that was a frustration for him because he was waiting for that 4-year cycle to go round. He waited for that time to come and he didn't deliver, and he underperformed in that opening bout. So he thought, you know what, I'm not waiting another 4 years. Turn professional. Some fighters that turn professional don't enjoy the professional game.
No.
They don't enjoy it because, let me tell you, when you go from boxing in world championships, Olympic games, Commonwealth games, as I did, that transition into the professional ranks, you go from being a sportsman to a businessman in many ways, and it's a different game. And I think that he probably didn't like that.
The big question about Delicious Huni was always his ability to punch, whether or not he really had the fighting man inside him. And maybe it wasn't actually in the one professional contest that he had that he felt that. Maybe it was in the gym that he realised it just wasn't quite there as a professional.
Nice fella. Really nice.
Great guy.
And I'm sure, listen, he's turning his attention to his studies. He's going to go back and get his qualifications for the things that he wants to achieve, and I'm sure he's going to go on to fantastic things. Now, in a moment or two, we are going to, as I mentioned a little earlier on the show when we were talking about Mike McCallum and James Cook, we are going to hear the 10 bells salute, paying tribute to both of those gentlemen, in particular James Cook tonight. I can see Thomas Treiber, he's in the ring at the moment, and he will be making that announcement. After it, we'll get to Gareth Davies, who's going to be ringside talking to the who's who that are in attendance this evening. As I mentioned, Moses Talma is here. It'll be great to have a little bit of a chat with him, especially with the light that is being shone on his next fight, and the rumour surrounding that being Dillian White, August 16th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And I'm sure there'll be some other faces as well that we can get on the programme. That's just to give you a little bit of an update as to what is to come on today's show. And later on, it's Fabio Wardley versus Justis Huni in their heavyweight division. Of course, that's our main event. We'll be crossing over to talkSPORT in around about 40 minutes from now. But you can catch all this on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Spence, obviously, hopefully, I'm not going to cut you off in the middle of this. We've just been talking about August 16th and the fights that were going to be happening in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. One that was supposed to be happening was Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney. We heard that Devin Haney had signed his side of the deal, and Teofimo Lopez, for personal reasons, has decided now, after calling him out for God knows how long, to pull himself out of that particular fight. Incredibly disappointing for the fight fans.
Very disappointing for the fight fans. You know, I think it was a fight that we wanted to see, a fight that we wanted to be made, and we was nearly there. I think both guys at the agreed terms, and at the final hurdle, the 11th hour, if you like, Teo's pulled out, and it's a big blow, a big disappointment.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed we can eventually get that fight on, because I'm sure it's a fight that a lot of people want to see. But right now, I'm going to cross over to Thomas Treiber, who is in the ring, waiting to address the crowd. We're actually just waiting for the television to finish their advertisement sequence. I can see it on my monitor in front of us, and fingers crossed once that's done, we'll be able to cross over to Thomas as DJ Majestic kicks off another tune. Obviously, we're going to be waiting a little bit longer for that. Spence, I heard from Gareth Davies a little earlier on regarding the wind and the rain and the stadium fights that he's been involved in when it's absolutely lashed it down. What's been the most uncomfortable place that you've done the old commentary from.
Right, so the most uncomfortable place for me was Lou Savarese versus Mike Tyson, 2002. I was working for talkSPORT. Let's leave it here for a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I ask for your full and undivided attention. As is our tradition, when a member of the boxing community passes, we pay our respects with a 10-count memorial. Sadly today, boxing lost a true gentleman of the sport with the passing of former European and British champion James Cook, MBE. An incredible ambassador for boxing, both inside and outside the ring, through his work with the younger generation in Hackney. His legacy will without question live on. Also, earlier this week, boxing legend Mike McCallum sadly passed away. The first Jamaican to become a boxing world champion, he went on to win world titles in 3 different weight classes to cement his legacy as a true icon of the sport. Our thoughts are with their friends and family at this difficult time. I now ask that you all please rise for a moment of silence as the timekeeper tolls 10 in memory of James Cook, MBE, and Mike McCallum. Thank you very much. May God rest their souls.
A well-respected tribute from the people in attendance here at Portman Road, Ipswich, for James Cook and Mike McCallum. We're going to get some fights on for you very, very shortly, but before we do, let's cross over to Gareth Davies. He's ringside with his microphone. Who are you with, buddy?
I'm with 3 Warrens, a George, a Frank and a Francis. But I'm with Francis first of all, and here it is. Francis, first of all, what a shame we lost James Cook today. You will have known him as a kid.
He's just a lovely, lovely man, and obviously, you know, everyone can talk about what a fantastic contribution he made to worldwide boxing, not just British boxing, but you don't just remember guys for the job they did, you remember them for the man they were, and James will definitely, certainly living on my memory and everybody's memories as a fantastic man, a fantastic champion, and someone who'll be sorely missed.
Well said, sir. Amen to that. Now, I saw you sitting over here earlier. He's disappeared into the plush seats, or maybe into one of the executive boxes.
Looking for an umbrella.
The young Moses Itauma. Rumours today, it's gone out on social media, that he might be fighting Dillian White in August in Riyadh, but you're pouring scorn on that right now.
Moses is fighting in the summer, and it's yet to be decided as to who he's fighting.
Are there a number of people still in the offing for him then?
Yeah, I mean it's trickier to get an opponent than it is to say there's a lot on the table. You know, guys don't want to fight him. He's a very, very dangerous young man. So we're all working hard to make sure that he gets the right fight in his next fight. Hopefully it'll be a big one. And at the moment, it's you know, we're looking like at the moment. It was looking like July, and that's where we're at.
So July rather than August, because that's been put out there today.
Nothing's confirmed, and there's nothing confirmed for any dates or any opponents as of yet. We're working on the right option for him.
We were talking about him earlier, we were talking about the whole heavyweight division earlier, because obviously Fabio Wardley, with a great victory over Justis Huni tonight, puts himself in the mix for Joseph Parker, Ajit Kabayal and others. What's your feeling we were talking about Moses, certainly Spencer Oliver and myself, talking about Moses potentially being a world champion by the end of next year. Is that realistic?
Yeah, I believe so, because you've got to look at you've got to, not just his own belief, but the belief that other people, respected fighters, coaches, trainers, promoters, managers, journalists, everybody's in agreement. I've never ever seen this in boxing. That everybody has got the same opinion of a fighter in terms of his ability, potential, strengths, and no one's mentioned a weakness yet. Yes, granted, he's not had that standout step-up fight, but everything he's been asked
Or seen him under pressure or hit hard.
I get that. But however, anyone who comes to fight him, I think they're going to get the same reaction from Moses and the same treatment that the last two opponents have got.
Thank you for your time. We're going to go to the fight now. Always great to see you, Francis.
Nice to see you, mate.
And
you're looking fabulous, by the way, mate.
what, in the poncho?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an improvement, actually.
Back to you guys on the commentary.
Gareth there, Davies, with Francis Warren there, who has poured a little bit of scoring on the proposed Moses Atama Dillian White fight. The rumour that has come in out of Ring Magazine is that fight will be taking place in Saudi Arabia August 16th. I've no doubt we'll get some confirmed news in the upcoming days and weeks on that. Your man's made his walk, Spence. Here's Mr. Richardson. Big night for him tonight. Obviously straight out of the Olympics, turning pro, and what a place to make your professional debut.
Absolutely. Listen, from Colchester, just down the road, he's sold 500, 600, 700 tickets here, and it's going to be a big night for him. Let's see how he goes.
Absolutely. Listen, we've got a lot of fights to get through tonight, including that main event of Fabio Wardley and Justis Huni. Let's get into the ring, shall we, where Thomas Travers got his microphone and he's introducing the two fighters, one of which will be debutant Lewis Richardson.
Unibet, FlexMize Business Loans, and Vow Nutrition. Our timekeeper is Brett Bowles, and when the bell rings, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Kieran McCann. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with red and weighed in officially at 159.12 pounds. Coming to us from Narva, Estonia, he is a veteran of 29 professional bouts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dimitri Dimaprokunas. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with bronze and weighed in officially at 159.15 pounds. Hailing from Colchester, England, he had a stellar amateur career, proudly representing Great Britain at the 2024 Olympics, becoming a bronze medalist, and now tonight he makes his highly anticipated professional boxing debut. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Lewis Richardson.
You will obey my commands at all times. When I tell you to break clean. Take a step back, throw no punches. Mind your heads in close, lads, and most importantly, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands.
There you go. Referee's given his final instructions. This is the professional debut of Lewis Richardson. We'll be crossing over to talkSPORT around about 9 o'clock. Main event tonight is Fabio Wardley versus Justis Huni. But right now, calling you through our first fight on the talkSPORT network and talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Thank you very much, and good evening everybody once again. Kieran McCann, the referee who's scoring this one, he already caused a little bit of a minor stir by scoring a fight between Sam Gilly and Gideon Onyanani. I can almost say his name. He scored it as a draw, controversially, earlier on this evening, and well, you could hear from the reception that Lewis Richardson got from the crowd. He sold bundles of tickets for this one here in the Portman Road football stadium here, home of Ipswich Town, and if he gets anything like a dodgy decision here or a controversial decision, I'm sure his fans will make their presence felt. But he's up on his toes in the early stages here and is doing exactly what Spencer was suggesting he might do. He's got that orthodox style, working behind the long lead, in his case a southpaw right-hand jab, and he's trying to dominate this fight from distance in the opening minute or so.
Yep, this is all about slipping into things, just getting used to it, finding his timing, finding his range, and that's how he started this first round, as he takes that centre of the ring, just starting to push forward now, putting those punches together in bunches, flicking out the jabs. Good start here from Richardson.
Bright lad, Richardson. He studied at the Sheffield Hallam University in the past, studying sport business management, so maybe he could be a promoter if it all goes wrong, but he's putting his hands together here and landing a flurry of good straight shots which connect with the head of Protkanis, who's got a sort of peekaboo style. He's not really doing too much himself. Richardson, who had this excellent amateur career, bronze in the Commonwealth Games, silver in the European Championships, and then culminating in a bronze in the 2024 Olympic Games, the only medal that the GB team brought back from those games, and he'll want to make a smooth and polished start to his professional career.
Yeah, it was a smooth and polished performance out in Paris 2024. He was the only guy, Richardson, that we didn't think was going to medal, and he excelled. Can he do the same here tonight? Ipswich Town Football Club is now packed up. The fans are in, and he's a big favourite here, Richardson, as he lets a good couple of hooks go there on the ropes of his opponent as well.
He's a big Ipswich City fan as well, and he'll be wanting to perform right here in the home of the Ipswich faithful, and he's not doing too much wrong in this opening round. Small Estonian leaps out of the crouch style and landed a right hand, but no great power in it, and Richardson has his gloves down low, temptingly trying to sucker Protkanis in and then maybe hit him with a big counter punch as he comes in trying to make an attack, which he comes forward and thinks about now that the last few seconds of the opening round, and it's an impressive opening round as a pro for Lewis Richardson.
Yeah, always good to get that first round under your belt just to see what it's all about, and he dealt with that very well there. Protkanis was struggling to find anything, get any sort of shot off. Richardson dominated the round, working behind that southpaw jab, putting the punches together very, very well, switching the attacks to the body. And John Rawling, I noticed towards the end of the round, he started oozing confidence. The hands were coming down, he was trying to set the traps. Got to be careful when he does that though.
Yeah, he fancies it, doesn't he? And he might look a clean-cut and well-honed individual, and you'd be mistaken though to think that he'd been brought up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was brought up on a council estate, doesn't come from anything like a privileged background, but as a fighter he's found his place, and he says that he is not just talking about making it as a pro. If you come into this sport, into this game, you've got to be thinking about a world title. Absolutely. And he's setting his sights high.
Absolutely. 2018, his career looked like it could have been over. Stress fracture in his back that he had to overcome. He overcome that, medalled in the Olympics against all the odds, now having his debut, dream debut here at Ipswich Town Football Club, and listen to the crowd as he switches the attacks to the body.
A couple of good hooks, right hook, left hook, and then just dipped below the attempted left hook counter from the Estonian, and looked real class as he did it. And on the far side of the ring, I can see the applause among those at ringside, being led by Frank Warren, his promoter, who won the race to sign him up and thinks very highly of him. And again now, Richardson dropping his gloves, trying to invite Protkanis in. Protkanis not being suckered in though, and forward goes Richardson again on the front foot, punching accurately with good, solid, straight punches.
Yeah, Protkanis is one of those guys that has that experience. He's very durable, only been stopped once out of his 29 contests. It's going to be a difficult job for Richardson to do that, but he dominates us at the moment as he moves around the perimeter of the ring, hands held low out of that southpaw stance, putting the punches together, still working very well here, Richards.
And the reminder that at 9 o'clock we'll be switching over to the main talkSPORT channel, and our big event tonight, top of the bill, is Fabio Wardley against Justis Huni, and we're going to be bringing you live coverage of that, and also a very good super lightweight contest between Irishman Pierce O'Leary and Liam Dillon. It's going to be good boxing for you on our main channel, with probably some terrific bouts in the last couple of years. talkSPORT very much the home of boxing, and tonight is proving to be more of the same.
Another good work there from Richardson in this second round. 48 seconds left on the clock, and it's a dominant round from Richardson as he throws a four-punch combination to the head, switches the attack to the body as well. Prokanis is just left for scraps on the ropes at the moment.
We're going to be going into the Richardson corner at the end of this round and hearing what they make of him, but he's boxing with a real assurance here. In all honesty, there's not a lot coming back from Prokanis, but Richardson's doing what he needs to do, and when the attacks come, he's doing a pretty solid job of slipping the punches or blocking them. Landed a good right hook to the body, as I said that, and now he tries to switch the attack to the head. The Estonian keeping his gloves up high, but we're coming towards the end of the second round here, and definitely another round in the bag for Lewis Richardson. Let's go into that red corner. Are we going to, or we're going to the blue corner? I do beg your pardon, I was told the red corner, but we're into the blue corner, and we go there and hear from the Lewis Richardson trainers.
Polo, behind the elbows. And what you must do when he's on the rope, don't stand in front of him too long. Step off a little bit.
Turn your head, dude.
Okay?
To get him on that rope floor, go round on the angles, go round the side of the body.
He's got to get round the side, isn't he?
Yeah. Good though.
Up in the middle, round the elbows, and step off side to side on the rope.
He's loving it in there, isn't he? Big smile on his face while he was getting the instructions, Spenny.
He certainly is, and he was talking about the instructions there himself, where he's saying, I need to work those angles. A certain Vasily Lomachenko brought that into the game in the modern era. We're moving around the sides, creating the openings. It's called being creative, and that's exactly what Richardson has to do here, because his opponent is very tough, will stand in front of him, and it's very difficult to find those holes. Richardson has to create them.
He's got the guys in that corner, by the way, who've been with him right the way through his amateur career, now switching to the pro game, and a couple of solid hooks to the body going in from Richardson. We're going to be asking the question, of course, as he gets these early professional outings under his belt, just how strong a puncher he is. He's got clearly a very effective amateur style, and he's got fast hands, stands tall, got a long reach, but how much of a real development and a dig does he have?
Listen, I think it's going to be for Richardson. He's going to start getting those stoppages over the longer distance, the 12-round distance, when you slowly, systematically wear opponents down, break them, steal their soul in many ways. But, you know, these early fights are going to be difficult for Richardson because he's not the biggest puncher. Accuracy's great, as he landed a double left uppercut there on the inside. Shot selection's great as well, but not the biggest puncher, and you just suspect it'll be more difficult for him over the shorter rounds to get the stoppages.
Well, there's not a lot coming back at him, mainly arm punches from Prokanis, who tonight is in his, what are we talking about, 28, 29, it's his 30th paid outing. He's only won 8 of them, and it doesn't look as though there's any way that he's going to win this. And Richardson coming forward again, throwing big body shots as the rain starts to cascade down over the canopy above us, and is very helpfully smudging the ink of my notes, but I don't need those, do I? Just tear them up and throw them away.
Well, anybody watching us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel will see the rain now pouring down as we've all got our hats up on the ponchos, but Richardson's still doing their job in there, still showing the focus, moving around, hands held low, trying to draw contests in and getting through, getting some success in there. It's another good round here for Richardson.
Thanks for keeping going there, Spencer. It's just enabled me to get the old headgear in place over my headphones and get the large plastic poncho over my clothing and hopefully keeping me dry for the rest of the evening. It really is quite unpleasant conditions here tonight, but nevertheless, good to see that a big crowd has assembled here at Portman Road. Perhaps not quite as big as it otherwise might have been, but nevertheless, they've turned out in their droves to support Fabio Wardley and also Lewis Richardson, the Olympic bronze medalist, who has put another leg and another round comfortably in the bag.
Keep working, mate, keep working. Yeah, another solid round there from Lewis Richardson, dominating from that opening bell. 3 rounds gone, 3 rounds in the bank. He's showing great shot selection in there, Richardson. He's being creative, working well on the inside, working well mid-range and long range. There's a lot to like about this kid. As I said, you know, he's great outside the ring as well, very charismatic, and he's putting in a good performance here on his debut.
Eddie Hearn's here at ringside as well, chairman of Matchroom Sport, sitting alongside Frank Warren, of course, of Queensbury Promotions. Big night here, and a lot of big boxing names, and Kieran McKenna getting a big cheer from the crowd here, the manager, of course, of Ipswich Town. They may have gone down, but he remains something of a footballing hero.
Yep, certainly does, and we could be seeing a new hero here in Lewis Richardson, in his professional debut. Not far away does he live, down in Colchester, Ipswich Town. A great opportunity for him, and the crowd, John Rawling, are absolutely loving this now.
Yeah, and they're loving the fact that it's such a big Ipswich occasion, and if they're starting to crank up the decibels now, imagine what they're going to be doing a little bit later on for the main event and the appearance of their great boxing hero, Fabio Wardley. They really do love him in this part of the world.
Yeah, they certainly do. Fabio Wardley goes in against Justis Huni, and I think the ring walk's expected around the 9:30 mark, so looking forward to that one. A real hero round these parts. WBA Interim World title on the line. Massive opportunity, and one thing you can guarantee with Fabio Wardley is excitement.
You know, we were talking earlier on about who Moses Itauma's going to fight next. Well, we saw a huge Albanian, Nelson Husa, in the ring earlier on, scoring his 23rd consecutive victory, and he's about his 20th inside the distance. He's a giant of a man, and it might be that he'll get an opportunity, and he might still fight Dillian White after that.
Listen, you don't know the way the landscape goes now. They're looking for guys that will test Moses, give him that test, and yeah, Hauser was one of those guys. You look at him, heavy-handed, very charismatic, big Albanian guy, you know, works well out of the orthodox stance, southpaw stance, very heavy-handed. Why not? Listen, all about opportunity.
He has that huge doorman look about him, doesn't he? And you wouldn't want to have an argument, to tell you.
Definitely,
you would anyway.
Definitely, them days are gone, my friend. Yep, you certainly wouldn't want an argument with him.
We're now moving now into the final minutes of the 4th round of this 6-rounder. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. This is Richardson against Protkunas, the professional debut of the Olympic bronze medalist Lewis Richardson, the 27-year-old from Colchester, and he's boxing nicely here. He's not trying to gamble too much, not trying to take this Estonian journeyman out. He's only been stopped on one occasion in 29 fights prior to this, so he knows how to survive, and Lewis is just looking to go through his moves and to touch his feet into the water, if you like, of the professional pool.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's very difficult to get a guy out there when he doesn't really want to fight. Protkunas is one of those guys that's now become very defensive. 8 victories out of his 29 fights, so he's more often than not losing fights, and he's gone into survival mode here, and this is all about Lewis Richardson now. Let's see how creative you can be. Can you work the angles? Can you find the holes? That's what we're going to find out in these next 2 rounds, but 4 rounds gone and 4 rounds in the bank to Lewis Richardson.
He's got a style, Lewis Richardson, that I can get behind. He's got beautiful feet, really nice, fast hands. Okay, there might be questions about power, whether it's there or whether it's not there, but what I'm seeing so far, Spence, and I know it's a level of opponent where it's journeyman, and he's not really engaging with him, but this kid, you can tell he's got something about himself, man. He looks really, really nice. He's a sniper.
I spotted it out in Paris, mate. I saw that, you know, when you're speaking to all the guys, you go, there's an aura about this kid. There's something that stands out about him, not just his personality, the way he was. You could just feel that he was going to do something, and he grew in every single contest out there, and he's putting on a performance here tonight as well.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it, mate.
He
Sorry,
really reminds me of Luke Campbell, by the way.
Yeah, I can see that. I can also very much see what you said previously, for those with longer boxing memories, about the similarity with Richie Woodall, who started as a light middleweight, went all the way through to super middleweight, and this guy, he's got the sort of stature, the sort of physique that he might be able to do likewise. Stands 6'2" and looks an impressive athlete.
Yep, he certainly does. Tall, upright, and uses those attributes to his advantage. You know, long-rangey, those shots that go through the middle are very difficult to stop. Here in round 5, 30 seconds gone of this round, and Richardson again took off from where he left off, holding centre of the ring, working behind that southpaw jab, switching the attacks to the body as well. Good work again here from Richardson.
Fast hands and beautiful variety of punches, switching attack from body to head, and again blurring hand speed, right hand jab straight through the gloves of the Estonian, rocked his head back, and then a right hook, left hook to the body, all in the blink of an eye. His fast feet, his fast hands, it really shows an impressive variety. He's got a poise and a style in there which is pleasing the crowds, and you know, I mean, I've seen an awful lot of pro debuts, and this is an impressive one.
Yeah, it certainly is, John. We're appreciating it here from ringside as Richardson again flicks out that right jab, left hand through the middle, out of that southpaw stance. But there is a lot to like about this kid, because defensively he's very aware as well. He's not just offensive, he's defensive as well. Whips in a little left uppercut there as well.
A lot of cheers from the crowd, who are really appreciative of his boxing skills, those at ringside loving it, and those up in the stands, up in the bleachers, watching on the huge screens above the canopy, which mercifully is protecting the ring, if not us, from the rain that has been coming down sporadically through the evening. They're watching on those screens and enjoying very much what they're seeing as we move into the final minute of this 5th round. Pro debut for Lewis Richardson from Colchester, and he's won every minute of every round so far. He's boxing himself surely to, at very worst, a shutout victory, and it might very well be, you never know, that he's going to find a punch and the timing to find something even better than that.
Yeah, he's won every minute, every second of every round at the moment, Richardson. He's really enjoying himself in there, not doing anything silly, not getting carried away, keeping his focus, sticking to the game plan. 3-punch combination again, but Proscanas for the first time clips him round the head with a little counter left hook. Was that a little reminder?
Yeah, I think so. Don't take too many liberties, and he comes forward again with a right to the body, then aims the left hook to the head, perhaps encouraged by the fact that he has got to Richardson at least once or twice in this round, but still, by a distance, this is a Richardson round, Gareth, and for me, he's looked very nice indeed.
He switched. I know he said he looked like Luke Campbell. In that round, he was aping Joe Calzaghe. He reminded me of the movement, the swizzling hips of Joe Calzaghe. Adam and I were delighting in his style just there. He's very, very watchable. The optics are great with him. One of the things as he goes through the ranks, and he's got to go quickly, is how much power he's going to possess at middling to world level.
Well, I think, you know, starting off from that amateur and that transition into the professional ranks, he's not sitting down on his feet at the moment. You know, we will see him starting to do that. We saw it with Richie Woodall. We watched that development with him and Luke Campbell, who you guys have mentioned as well. We see little similarities of all of those guys, Joe Calzaghe as well. They all transition, but it takes time to settle down. I think for Richardson, still very much an amateur style, very pleasing on the eye, but the time will come when he sits down just a little bit more. A split second is enough to get that power in those shots.
They just touch gloves, and the action underway for this final round of this 6-rounder. Our last fight before the two main contests for you coming up here from Portman Road here in Ipswich on talkSPORT, the home of boxing. It's a bit of a cold night, it's a bit of a wet night, but the action is hot, and there's going to be two good main event contests yet to come, including the homecoming for Fabio Wardley, the man for whom so many in this big crowd, he's been the major attraction.
Yep, he certainly has, you know, and if you're looking at a guy to give you hope, this kid come from a non-boxing background, white-collar boxing, done it as a bit of fun just to see what it was all about. That was 10 years ago. Fast forward 10 years, and he's fighting for the WBA Interim World title. What a story here, and they love him in Ipswich.
2 minutes to go now. Richardson continues to pour on the pressure, some silky moves, doubles up with two right hands to the head. No marking on the head of Portman, and Richardson, of course, is completely unmarked. He looks more as though he's gone for a jog around the block than been in a professional fight, and he's really done everything that's been required of him tonight, and I'm sure his cornermen are going to be delighted with what he's produced. Great variety of punches, accuracy as well. Very high percentage of the punches that he's thrown will have landed, and that, for any trainer, for any fighter, is an impressive statistic because you're not wasting energy.
Yep, boxing really well here, really within himself. Richardson flicking out those southpaw jabs, and I think he's just accepted himself now that he's going to be going the distance, and he's showcasing his skills. Shot selection as he whips in a little short left uppercut, just there creating the space again, flicks out the jab, and he's just trying to finish this in style as we reach the last minute of this sixth and final round.
A couple of little clubbing right hooks into the head of the Estonian. Misses with another one, but Richardson is doing pretty much as he pleases here, trying to work off that right-hand jab, waiting for Portman maybe to commit himself for one last time. Just over 30 seconds to go in the final round of this, and if you're just joining us, this is part of our build-up to the Fabio Wardley heavyweight contest coming on later tonight against Justis Huni of Australia. Richardson, though, here, the Olympic medalist in his pro debut. Another lovely right hand, feinted to throw a jab, turned it into a hook at the last moment, and he's coming through up to the final bell, and he has looked very good.
Yep, dominant performance there from Lewis Richardson as we approach the bell there for the sixth and final round. Dominant performance from Richardson, dominated from the opening bell, won every second of every round, and there was a lot to like about him. Foot movement was great, he was working the angles, shot selection, putting the shots together, knowing when to manoeuvre into the right space and when not to. Very good performance, John.
It was, and I noticed the Olympic rings are tattooed onto the left-hand side of his torso, on his ribs. That's a show that he has been a real class amateur, and he leaned over the ropes to take the congratulations of his new professional promoter, Frank Warren. And I'm sure that Frank would be saying, yeah, we've got something good here. We've got a class fighter who's going to go a long way.
Yep, he's one of those guys, Frank Warren, that knows exactly how to develop fighters. Fabio Wardley, look where it's got him right now. Frank's guided him beautifully, and he's going to do the same with Lewis Richardson, I'm sure. When they get you know, a kid that could potentially go on for big things, it's all about timing. And I think for Richardson, they'll wait for him to have that timing.
Hasn't he got a lot of fans here tonight? When you look around the stadium, I'm not just talking in the cheap seats either. A lot of them are paid to be down right here, just behind us at ringside, and they love what they've seen. Understandably, Richardson, who's got kind of schoolboy looks, he's got a big smile on his face. He's loved being up there. I don't know if we're going to hear from him a bit later on, but he's going to be absolutely delighted, I think, to have had the opportunity to step up. And here's confirmation of the result.
After 6 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Kieran McCann, scores the contest 60-54 for your winner and successful in his professional boxing debut, Lewis Richardson.
A fantastic debut from Lewis Richardson, and that concludes Everything by the main and co-main event from Portman Road here in Ipswich. We're going to cross over now to talkSPORT. Make sure you come and join us there. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as Fight Night. I'll be back with you in a minute.
Ange Postecoglou has been sacked as Spurs head coach. talkSPORT's chief football correspondent is Alex Crook.
This is my homecoming show. It's a stadium fight, it's a massive event. It's one that needs to be big and entertaining across the board. And I do think his style will bring that out.
If things go wrong, we can knock it down.
Fighting out of Ipswich, England, Fabio Wardley! Wardley unloading the deep punches, John Latham stops it!
It will no longer be against the American Catterall Miller.
This feels very similar to when we picked Andy Ruiz to fight AJ. Bad choice of opponent.
In comes the Australian Justis Huni, and this fella can fight.
He attacks the body again. He's dropping the trees, Huni. Great left hook from Huni.
The only thing that he has over me is power, but every other box I tick.
Fabio Wardley! First round knockout!
Fabio's going to have to give him a beating, and a beating he will receive. Boxing at its best.
listens to like talkSPORT. 1, 2, 3. A bit of Simon Jordan, the hottest news from F1, the latest transfer deals done. Me.
Well, these were the swinging 70s, Anne.
Tony Cascarino, a trip to the casino, a pint of cappuccino. Alan Brazil. Just brilliant. Adrian Durham, come here if you want some. We'll bloom and take you all on talkSPORT's got skills.
Don't be a blockhead. Listen to talkSPORT on DAB Digital Radio 1089 and 1053 AM, on the app and on your smart speaker.
talkSPORT.
The talkSPORT Sports Bar, the radio speakeasy for aficionados of sport. Sometimes you wanna go where Jason Condy knows your name. His name's Glenn.
Glenn, go on, Glenn boy.
And O'Hara's glad you came.
Mike, thanks for your call.
You wanna more when you're on the phone, that the referee's to blame. You wanna be where everybody loves the game. The Sports Bar opens Monday to Thursday nights from 10 on talkSPORT.
It's another day of box office football here on talkSPORT. So let's have a quick rundown of today's blockbusting lineup. At the back and in the black, Caped Crusader Sven Batman.
Get heroic coverage of every epic clash.
Also, Kyle Skywalker.
On the radio station that knows, with great power comes great responsibility.
And Tyrone Mings the Merciless.
From zero to hero.
Up front, Bruce Wayne Rooney and the boy wonder, Robin Van Persie.
It's a world-class free kick.
Supporters assemble.
Captain Fantastic.
talkSPORT.
When will Fabio Wardley hit the ceiling? Will he ever? A man with no amateur pedigree, consistently exceeding expectation in the professional game. His opponent tonight is quite the opposite when it comes to amateur accolades. But Fabio has been here before. The setting might be more daunting, but the task remains the same. Seek and destroy. This is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT.
This is my homecoming show. It's a stadium fight, it's a massive event. It's one that needs to be big and entertaining across the board. And I do think his style will bring that out.
If things go wrong, we can knock it down.
Fighting out of Ipswich, England, Fabio Wardley.
Wardley unloading the deep punches. John Latham stops it.
It will no longer be against the American Catterall Miller.
This feels very similar to when we picked Andy Ruiz to fight AJ. Bad choice of opponent.
In comes the Australian Justis Huni, and this fella can fight.
He attacks the body again. He's dropping the trees. Huni. Great left hook from Huni.
The only thing that he has over me is power, but every other box I tick.
Fabio Wardley, first round knockout.
Fabio's going to have to give him a beating, and a beating he will receive. Boxing at its best.
On Heavyweight Radio. Fabio Wardley taking on Justis Huni as our main event. We've got a fantastic European title fight coming up in a moment in the super lightweights. I'm Adam Catterall. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much if you've been with us throughout the course of the night on talkSPORT 2 and across the talkSPORT YouTube channel. We are still on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as we bring you all this action. You can watch along with myself, Adam Catterall, and my illustrious colleague, Mr. Gareth Davies. We're set for a big one tonight, Gareth.
Absolutely, massive opportunities we've been saying all night for Fabio Wardley in front of these packed stands, maybe not on the ground because it's wet and windy here, but the packed stands with an opportunity to reinforce that he is a force in the heavyweight division against a very, very fine boxer from Australia who most people will be underrating. Great opportunity for Fabio to show that he genuinely belongs alongside the likes of Joseph Parker, Ajit Kabayel and other world champions. Big, big night for him, and he has to force Justis Huni into a dogfight.
It feels like that night to separate himself from the rest of the pack, doesn't it? To get himself into that elite, to get himself into that top tier of heavyweight, where we were talking earlier on talkSPORT 2 about those big matchups. You mentioned Parker, Caballel, Dubois, Usyk, those types of characters. Big night for Wardley. It's a big one, especially because of the setting that we're in. We're in a stadium tonight. It's an opportunity for him, in front of his home fans, to really shine and announce himself.
He's dreamt of this for years and years. Since the last 10 years, he came to the sport late. But he knows that Huni is quite a difficult opponent. He's got more tricks up his sleeve than the original opponent, Jarrell Miller. He's fleet-footed, fast hands. And I ran into Robert Hodgkins, his coach from Suffolk Punch. Obviously, he's with Ben Davison as well now, but I ran into them just now and they were saying it's going to be educated pressure early on to force the Australian Huni into a war, because that's what Fabio knows. If you don't know about Fabio, he stopped 17 of his 18 opponents. He drew with Fraser Clark. He's a very, very formidable fighter who delivers in the ring and walks you down and goes toe-to-toe. And in front of this crowd tonight, the most important thing is that he just starts patiently.
I think we're in for an absolute cracker. Wardley Huni is going to be our main event. That's coming up later on. We're live on talkSPORT. Like I said, heavyweight boxing on Heavyweight Radio, and we're also on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Get yourself stuck in. Make sure you like and subscribe that talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, not only just for tonight, but also for all the fallout as we pick the bones out of tonight's main event. Right now, though, it's super lightweights. It's the European title. Thomas Treiber is in the ring with his microphone. He's about to announce Pierce O'Leary and Liam Dillon, and it's all set for an absolute cracking fight right here in Portman Road, Ipswich.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it'll be for the WBC International and vacant EBU European Super Lightweight Championships. Brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry, along with their great sponsors, Riyadh Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, Unibet, FlexMize Business Loans, and Vow Nutrition. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge, Ben Harmsworth, along with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, WBC and EBU Supervisor Dennis Gilmartin, Timekeeper Brett Bowles. Our 3 judges assigned, all from England, will be Lee Every, Mark Lyson, and Kieran McCann. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Mark Bates of England. Introducing to you first, the challenger fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing blue, white, and gold and weighed in officially at 139.8 pounds. Coming to us from London, England, he brings a professional record consisting of 15 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw, with 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former British, English, and Southern Area champion and current Commonwealth Silver Lightweight champion, Liam Dillon. His opponent across the ring, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with green and weighed in officially at 139.5 pounds. Hailing from Dublin, Ireland, he is undefeated with 16 wins, 9 of his 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending WBC International Super Lightweight Champion, Pierce Big Bang O'Leary.
Listen, you've both listened to instructions in the dressing room, so you know what's expected. Keep your punches up, obey my commands, and set yourselves at all times. Good luck to you both, gents. Tussles.
I think we're in for an absolute cracker. European title on the line. It's super lightweights. Looking forward to this immensely. Still to come, it's Wardley versus Huni in the heavyweight division. Make sure you stick with us for that. But calling you through this on Fight Night, live on talkSPORT, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Thank you. Good evening again. O'Leary against Dillon. It has the look of a good one. This similar in stature. O'Leary stands fit, 5'8". Liam Dillon just slightly the shorter man. Both fighting out of an orthodox stance. O'Leary undefeated in 16 pro fights from Dublin, and another product of the wonderful strength that the Irish have in amateur boxing. And this fella, Pierce O'Leary, was 9 times the Irish amateur champion before making his debut as a pro, and he started well.
Yep, landed a good shot there, a short hook there that just raised a smile from Liam Dillon there, just a little nod of appreciation, which 9 times out of 10 tells you you've just been hurt, just been stung by that. Both guys will be feeling cold now. You're right, John. Pierce O'Leary, a tremendous talent, high things expected from him. 16 fights, 16 wins, 9 of those inside the distance. Lands a good right hand over the top again there. But Liam Dillon is tough.
And he can punch as well. He might not have a huge knockout percentage, but he's a very sharp hitter. And as an amateur, he won 140 of some 150 fights or something in that region. And he's a really quality boxer. And again, we talked about what the young debutant Lewis Richardson was doing in his last fight, which he won, by the way, if you're just joining us for boxing tonight, the Olympic bronze medalist. He wasted so little, so accurate, and I always think that when I see Pierce O'Leary fight, and he landed a really solid right hand into the body of Dillon, as I was explaining that, and another one goes in, and then he switches the attack to the head. Right hand to the body, right hand to the head, and already the strength, accuracy and power of O'Leary is showing, and he switches that in with a lovely uppercut as well.
Yeah, there's a solid look around Pierce O'Leary as he holds centre of the ring. Dillon tries to come back with a right hand, just falls short there, boxing out of like a crab style Dillon, but he's soaking up a lot of shots. There's a real solid look around O'Leary.
And has he got the sort of power in his work, Dillon, to actually command the respect of O'Leary? I would suspect not, but he's going to have to do it and going to have to show something fairly soon to get O'Leary out of his early rhythm here. You can perhaps hear the shouting in the background from the Dillon corner. They're encouraging him, bellowing, good shot, every time he tries to unload. I tell you what, that was a good shot. A right into the body from Pierce O'Leary. Lovely hook.
Yeah, solid shot there, and Dillon trying to take that centre of the ring, trying to command something, but hasn't landed anything yet. It's been all Pierce O'Leary in this opening round as we approach the 10-second mark. Dillon does get through with a rare left hook there, but O'Leary, like I say, real solid look. And the problem you've got here for Ryan Dillon is he's bending over, like I said, out of that crab-like style, bending forward and leaving himself wide open to the body shots. Now, John Rawling, you picked up on it, the right hand that slammed into the rib cage, about 30 seconds left into the round. That could be the blueprint here. Dillon has to be careful he doesn't get caught with more of them.
Well, he gets hit with those and the gloves come down, and he's going to be more of a target for the hurtful hooks of Pierce O'Leary, who's, as I said, a quality operator in his corner, who are looking very much the Irish style in tweed-style Peaky Blinders caps. They look as though they're enjoying what they've seen so far, happy with what they're producing, what their man's producing, and lovely work in the opening round in our final fight here on talkSPORT before our main event tonight, the heavyweight battle between the local hero Fabio Wardley and Justis Huni of Australia. Good round though that for Pierce O'Leary.
Yeah, solid start there from O'Leary as he comes out in his second round, pouring with that left lead jab. Dillon bending over, bending forward, looking to close the gap, looking to get inside and see if he can get off with some shots of his own, but gets caught with a right hand. Does land a left hook there of his own though, but again, There looks a dominance in this second round from O'Leary, a real solid look about his work, and Dillon needs to do something to turn this around at the moment, because he's just sitting in the pocket a little bit too long, getting a little too greedy and getting caught with shots.
Now he tries to go to work inside, but O'Leary covers up well and lands a left hook to the body, tried to switch the attack to the head, and the crowd's enjoying this one. Not quite as big a crowd as we'd been led to believe. There was talk of there going to be more than 20,000 here tonight. I don't think it's quite that. There's a few on the pitch, of course, who've paid big money to watch from ringside. 3 of the stands are fairly full. The main stand behind us, behind one of the goals, that's the Alf Ramsey stand, that not being used tonight. But I would think that there must be something in the region of 12,000-15,000 in here, and they're loving what they're seeing. The return of big-time boxing to Ipswich, and the biggest fight there's ever been in this town.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I think we're looking around the 15,000 mark. There's certainly a decent crowd that have come in here, and considering the weather and the rain that we're having, that's a good turnout. But as I say that, left hook to the body, left hook to the head from O'Leary again. Solid work.
Mercifully, the thunderstorms have stayed away, and hopefully the worst of the rain has now passed, and we can concentrate on the boxing for the remainder of the time, with our main event to follow as soon as this WBC International and vacant European title fight between the WBC holder Pierce O'Leary and Liam Dillon from Chingford in London. But once that one's concluded, and O'Leary, understandably and rightly, was a big favourite to win this one.
Yep, he certainly was, but I think that Liam Dillon has earned this right, actually, off that last win against Mace Rueg. He come through that, and it's a split decision. It was an absolute barnstormer, and stylistically we're expecting the same again. We've not seen Dillon do too much at the moment, but he does get caught with a short right hand.
We talked about the power of the right hook of O'Leary, and he dug one in just as Spenny was speaking, and it visibly winded Dillon, and then he followed up with another one in a similar place, O'Leary, and that's a hurtful repetition of a damaging blow, and he's finishing this round right on top. He took the opening round, and he's taking the second as well. Dillon almost leaned into a terrific left uppercut, and O'Leary taking that round clearly. And we'll go into the Irish corner now and hear some of the advice that he's getting.
Trade-off, just sit low with the hook, don't be coming up tall, okay? Yeah. How feeling? Okay, looking fantastic. Keep relaxed. I want you to keep shelling him up, Pierce. Bring his hands in, keep shelling him up with the shape, straight shots. Here, as soon as he comes in, he's giving you here. But here, and just shuffle off the angle. All she's looking for is a catch counter. He's waiting to just go when you're throwing, okay? Start setting the traps, touch him, make him go, pop, pop, change the rhythm. Okay?
But there you are. What we do gather from the noise coming between the rounds is that there's a fair few people here who must be getting on a bit because they like Quo.
Absolutely. And there's 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them actually sitting here now. Yet we was enjoying that in the break, and the crowd are enjoying this contest as we enter round 3. First 2 rounds to Pierce O'Leary, landing some big shots. But Liam Dillon, we know, has a lot of character, and he'll bite down on his gum shield. You still expect a few twists and turns here.
Former British super featherweight champion Liam Dillon. This, though, up at super lightweight, and he's caught there, and a slight smile as here comes a good left hand this time from Dillon, but as he throws another right to the body and an uppercut as well. This is better work from Dillon, but O'Leary still seems to have the edge in power every time he uncorks hooks and uppercuts, and he landed with a right hand right there. But Dillon is digging in here in this third.
That's what I said, the kid shows character, and he's doing it here. He's beating fire with fire, and he's getting success. Short right uppercut just went in, followed by the left hook as well. Throws the jab, and O'Leary's just in danger of switching off a little bit here. He's stalking forward, but not moving his head, and Dillon is making him pay for it.
O'Leary, who clearly took the first 2 rounds and then lands a good left hand as well, and now a right to the body. Oh, good exchanges here. The two of them landing clean. Another right hand from O'Leary, just missed with a left hook, then a hook into the body, and the two of them trading some really big punches.
He's in big trouble here, I tell you, Dillon. I don't think that you saw that, John, but it was a short hook, and the legs just seem to do a little dance. He's showing great composure here because he's badly hurt here, Dillon.
Well, he's dug in if he is badly hurt, and he certainly has regained his composure. O'Leary misses with a huge attempted right hand, and a good jab from Dillon, fighting out of the orthodox stance. Slightly the shorter man makes O'Leary miss with a left hook. He ducks below that one into the final minute of this third round, and Dillon has dug deep in this round, but O'Leary, having won the first 2, maybe has just started to get the edge again here in the third, and a big right hand to the body went in.
Yeah, real power punches coming here from O'Leary. Switched those attacks to the body, turned them over the top, and he has recovered now, Dillon, but I've got to tell you, they were some big shots. He done well to keep his composure, not show that he was hurt, but he was definitely hurt. He's biting down on his gum shield. He's trying to come back, but there's a real good look here as O'Leary whips one into the body and over the top.
Last 10 seconds of the round, you hear the drum beat on the corner of the ring going in front of us, and O'Leary is finishing on the front foot, and he's had another good round. Adam Catterall enjoying that.
Oh, fantastic action. I'm loving every single minute of this. These boys absolutely having a go, but Pierce O'Leary is in control, in my opinion. Just a quick one for people that are listening to us on talkSPORT. Make sure you check in with the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel as I feel the rain just running down the back of my neck. The ponchos are on. Myself, Gareth, Davies, Spencer Oliver and John Rawling. We're kitted up for the full-on rain weather that is coming our way. Fingers crossed it stays away, because we're all set for a fantastic heavyweight clash a little bit later on. But right now, Pierce O'Leary and Liam Dillon are delivering a couple of fireworks in there, John.
I take full responsibility for the rain starting to pound down again. I took the head part of my poncho off, and within about 5 seconds, down it came.
And that's been the story of the night since this show started, but we're getting on with it, and the guys are delivering. Here we go, round 4, Pierce O'Leary versus Liam Dillon.
I've got him 3 rounds up now, O'Leary, into the 4th, and he's dominating this one. Maybe not boxing in a hugely eye-catching manner, but he's landed the big shots to get Dillon in trouble on occasion and give him very definitely the edge at this point in the fight. And he lands another solid left to the head of Dillon, and there's a smear of blood now coming out of the nostrils of the Englishman.
Yeah, that's been the difference, isn't it? I think the punch power, Dillon's been having his little moments, but he's not been having any sort of effect on Pierce O'Leary. And O'Leary, when he's letting those shots go, there's some real venom in them, and he's landing them to the body and to the head.
On the front foot, O'Leary misses with a big left hand, but then does connect with the right as he makes Dillon miss. Dillon upright, fairly static really, truth be told. He's not got a lot of lateral movement, and O'Leary trying to walk him down, trying to get into a range to uncork those big hooks. He's waiting for Dillon, who's slow to commit himself, but then does get in with an overhand right and a left-hand lead. That's better from Dillon.
Yeah, better work there from Dillon, and he needed that little encouragement, because O'Leary's controlling the space in the ring at the moment, pushing Dillon back, making him work when he doesn't want to work. And O'Leary, when the fighter does that, it tires you out, wears you out, drains you, steals the soul in many ways, and that's what O'Leary's doing right now to Liam Dillon.
You're listening to Big Time Boxing on talkSPORT, the home of boxing. Our main event coming up later, featuring the Ipswich local hero, Fabio Wardley, and now it's the main event Pierce O'Leary against Liam Dillon. We're in the 4th round. O'Leary 3 rounds up. Dillon bravely trying to battle back here in this round. A couple of good shots in close, but there's one of those quality trademark left hooks from O'Leary, and another one. Every time he detonates that punch into the rib cage of Dillon, you sense that Dillon and his cornermen wince because they know that power, and there's a right to the head.
Oh, mate, when I'm watching those shots going, I'm wincing. They're right underneath the elbows. Good right hand there, though, from Dillon. That will give him a little hope. But O'Leary comes back with a solid 1-2. Pulls a smile there from Liam Dillon, again suggesting that he's been hurt.
Yeah, it's all O'Leary when they stand toe-to-toe and trade. O'Leary is definitely the boss of that one. The crowd getting warmed up here. The noise around Portman Road. They're loving the return of big-time boxing. Fabio Wardley, big Ipswich Town fan. And don't forget, we don't just own boxing, we also own football. On Tuesday, talkSPORT brings you live international friendly commentary as England hosts Senegal from 7 p.m. You're listening to Fabio Wardley against Justis Huni, the main event coming up live on talkSPORT. For now, though, Pierce O'Leary against Liam Dillon. O'Leary, for me, 4 rounds up.
Yeah, definitely O'Leary's been dominating these rounds. The difference has been shot selection. He's controlling that space, working well, especially with that right hand. He's ruthless with that shot, whipping into the body and to the head. Dillon is having his success. He's coming over those looping right hands over the top, but far too sporadic. We're not getting enough of that. He needs to be more consistent, needs to push forward more and let his hands go.
So now the cornermen being ushered out of the ring.
Round 5.
And the next round about to start, which is our 5th of this 12th round of the WBC International and vacant European titles. O'Leary defending his WBC belt. Big Bang, as he's known, the Dublin fighter, and looking to move towards a world title fight. But a good left-hand counter from Dillon as the body shot came in from O'Leary. Dillon was cute to it, though, and wise to it, and hit him with a left hook as he did so. But then forward comes O'Leary and lands with a big left hook into the body. Again, that smile on the face of Dillon as the blood starts to flow from his nostrils once more.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough for Dillon, this, as he's the guy that's come through the weight divisions. He's come through from super feather to lightweight, now boxing as super lightweight. Pierce O'Leary's been a career super lightweight, and I think, John, that's where you can tell the difference in the strength there of Pierce O'Leary, and that's what's maybe giving him the edge.
Yeah, he does look physically the stronger man, and again that left hook and the right hook thud into the ribs of Dillon. It'd be interesting to know how many times he's landed left hook power shots in this contest, but a fair few of them, and seemingly there's a good right hand though from Dillon, but it doesn't move O'Leary. But then Dillon doubles up with a good left jab as well.
Yep, he needs to build on that now. Dillon get working behind that jab. When he gets off with the shots, let the shots go. O'Leary's back in control again, no stalking forward, just misses with that left hook, goes to the body again, draws the arms down there of Dillon. Did he feel that one? Right hand goes in as well.
3 judges are scoring this one. If it goes the distance, Mark Bates, the referee, commendably for the 2 fighters, has had very little to do so far. The pace has remained a fast one, and we're nearing the closing stages of the 5th round, and inevitably fitness, conditioning is going to be called into account. Left hand from O'Leary, looked as though it was low, but it was on the blind side of the referee. O'Leary comes forward again, trying to walk his man down into the corner. Dillon up on his toes, makes O'Leary miss with a right cross, and then comes back with a couple of hooks, a left hand and a right hand.
Yep, new experiences from Liam Dillon, that only knows one way, only knows to come forward, but he ain't doing a bad foot here on the back foot. foot, he's creating a little bit of space, letting the shots go, and more importantly, keeping his composure. Good right hand again there from Dillon.
This has been a much better round from Dillon, and his corner are starting to respond to this. They're getting quite excited by the success he's had in this round. There are a few people who thought that O'Leary, good right hand, that took the wind out of Dillon, but Dillon takes it well. But a few people have thought that this fight might be over by the midway stage. Doesn't look that way right now, though. This has been a better round for Dillon. It's O'Leary who finishes on the front foot, but they're coming up towards the bell to end the fifth. And here's Gareth A. Davies.
Well, I love Pierce O'Leary's predatory volume punching instinct in this fight. But my word, as you said earlier, Spencer, Liam Dillon is so tough. He potentially has won a round, but it's all O'Leary. The crowd in here, by the way, is beginning to ignite before our main event between Fabio Wardley and Justis Huni. Obviously, Fabio, a local man. What amazing view here where we are ringside, seeing the three stands in a U-shape, all full of his supporters. We're running a poll at the moment on talkSPORT Live on our watch-along at the moment. Who wins the main event? Justis Huni, 26%. And you got good maths, Spencer. That means Fabio Wardley, 74.
Thank God you bailed me out there, Gareth, because I was in big, big trouble.
Bit of public humiliation. You'll be able to get your own back, Spencer. Just dig in a little rib tickler and that'll sort him out.
John, the worrying thing is, maths is my strong point.
Sixth round here of the main event, main support to the main event. Pierce O'Leary and Liam Dillon, an Irishman, and against a Londoner, and it's O'Leary who's clearly ahead. Carl Frampton's got it 5 rounds to 0. I think there was an argument that Liam Dillon won that last round. How did you got it at this stage?
Yeah, that's up with you, John. I think there's an argument Liam Dillon won the round. It was very close anyway, and I scored it towards him, probably because it was the best round he's had so far, but there is an argument. It is a whitewash so far. Pierce O'Leary's been boxing very well, very dominant, but I'm impressed with Dillon. I love the character he's showing. He's hanging in there, and there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, he's got some guts. He's a former British and English champion, and he still will very much cherish hopes of winning this fight. Good overhand right there. Thuds into the side of the head of O'Leary, who's coming forward, and he does pick his punch as well, but he's not particularly quick on his feet, and maybe the edge in mobility is with Dillon, and he lands another good right hand there in that exchange. O'Leary has to take it, but takes it well.
Yeah, O'Leary just likes to plant his feet and really dig those shots in there. Every shot's a power punch, and he just let a big left hook go there. Dillon just missed that. Just caught the whiskers there for Dillon. Body shot goes in as well. Dillon just gritting, he's down, biting down on his gum shield at the moment.
Another left hook to the body from O'Leary. As Spencer was speaking there was a right hand, which you perhaps heard in our sound effects microphone. It really smashed into the ribs of Liam Dillon. Terrific shot from O'Leary, but Dillon is showing how fit he is. He not only takes it, but he's coming back with shots of his own. Maybe not with quite the same power, but he's still very much in this fight. And there's a right hand over the top, which finds the target. And a left jab. Tried to double up on that one. O'Leary takes it.
Yep, if we was down in Bournemouth last time, we saw Liam Dillon box, and that was against Mace Rueg, and he showed a lot of character, and he kept coming the 10 rounds, nicking that one narrowly. Is he going to try a big onslaught here in this second half of the contest, or as we approach the second half of the contest?
Well, he's got to find something to turn this one around, because maths would tell you as we near the halfway stage, 6 rounds almost completed of the 12. Patrick O'Leary has the advantage. Sorry, Spenny, you want to say something?
Don't do that again, mate. Don't bring the maths into it.
So he fancies his chance of smashing me more than he does Gareth Davies. There's the bell to end the round. Our main event coming up for you here on talkSPORT is Fabio Wardley against Justis Huni. That's coming up after this one. The vacant WBA Interim Heavyweight title. Fighters in their dressing rooms going through final warm-ups. Both of them, of course, are gloved up now and ready to go. Meanwhile, O'Leary here, we reckon he's at least 5 rounds to the good.
Yep, he's winning this fight. Maybe the scorecards don't tell the true story because it's been a very competitive fight, this one. Liam Dillon just losing the rounds narrowly for me as they work on his nose in the corner there, but this kid won't give up hope. You know, he's one of those rare breeds that will just keep going. You can't see any signs. You just suspect he's going to give it a lot more going into this second half, but the million-dollar question is, can O'Leary find that shot from somewhere to end it?
One of the great journeyman of British boxing, Johnny Greaves, is sitting in the corner, not too far away from where we're sitting, and there's a book about his life story written by Ian Darke's son, Adam Darke, which is out now, and I'm told, I'm sure you've read it, Spenny, but I'm told it's a very good read.
It's the backbone of boxing and what really happens and how these shows are actually saved. There's a little paragraph in there that says he was 3 pints in. He was out having the pub, having a drink in the afternoon. He was 3 pints in and the phone rang. He said, we've got a 6-rounder for you. Can you come and save the show? He put the 4th pint down, went and saved the show. Clearly never won, but he made it to the final bell, and that's what it's all about. Big character, Johnny Greaves. Well worth a listen.
Few people of the listening say we know people like that when they've had 3 pints. They're more likely to have a fight when they've had 5.
Very, very true.
Here we are in the 7th round of O'Leary against Dillon. The Irishman from Dublin, 25-year-old Patrick O'Leary, is winning this fight, but Dillon is still in there, digging deep and trying to work behind his left-hand lead. O'Leary closing the gap, just planting his feet, and then tries to switch the attack to the head and does so. First a right cross, then a right uppercut, which got 1 or 2 people at ringside purring with appreciation.
Yeah, what Dillon's starting to do now, though, is he's starting to gamble. He's starting to meet fire or fighter. He's rolling the dice a little bit, and listen, that's going to either work for him or he's going to be made to pay dearly. And we just saw there O'Leary miss with that right uppercut and left hook. Dillon's got to be careful here, got to be educated about what he's doing because he doesn't want to get caught on the attack.
Comes out of his crouched stance and lands with a good left hook though, and then makes O'Leary miss with a couple, and again the left goes into the body. Good work from O'Leary, but Dillon's had good moments in this fight. We're going to be going into the Dillon corner at the end of this round. There's a good left hook from O'Leary. We're going to be going into the Dillon corner and hearing how they try to rouse their man, because they surely must know that he's got to dominate the remaining rounds if he's going to have a chance of winning this fight, because the Irishman has looked the stronger, although Dillon has worked hard in this 7th.
Yeah, he has worked hard, but it's not enough to win the round. Body shot goes in again. That really hurt Dillon. He winced there. Hands come down.
Gareth Davies shouting he was hurt. You maybe heard it in the background, and that was from the shot which O'Leary landed. Good punch indeed, and Dillon, who'd been doing well in the fight, well, his punches are not going in now. He's trying to cover up, misses with a right cross. O'Leary waiting for him to commit himself, and the bell goes. The 2 touch gloves exchange glances, and did O'Leary do the better there? And we're going to go into the red corner now and hear how they're speaking to Liam Dillon.
Yeah, he's tired. He's slowed right down. He wants to do it. He wants to come in. He wants to shoot that left body. Boxing lovely, yeah. Popping, moving, rolling out, rolling out. Right. When you're inside, don't get greedy. Yeah. When you're inside, don't go. When you're inside, boom, bang, roll out, boom, boom, angle. Yeah.
4 belts in him. 4 belts. Forward here. Right, yeah, the concentration, yeah? Come on, Leo.
slowing down.
Certainly not giving up hope, Spencer.
No, and that's the sort of character he is. You know, they've got a good corner working with him as well there, and that's what they've got to try and do. A good corner and try and G their man out. And he's way behind there. Time to roll the dice, throw the kitchen sink, everything you got here, Liam Dillon, because you maybe need a knockout now going into this round already.
And they were saying to him, don't just gamble on the one big punch. When you get into range, don't just land the one big one. Get in there and bam, 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 make more of it.
That's exactly what he's got to do. Punches in bunches, and then he will land something. At the moment, O'Leary now is controlling that space, boxing well. Just decided to take a little backward step. He's now waiting for Dillon to make that mistake. Come on to the shot, double the power.
Maybe he knows that Dillon is going to have to gamble and he's going to have to try to throw big punches to turn this one around. There's one punch, but it's a single punch from Dillon. O'Leary makes him miss with an overhand right and then gets inside into the pocket and lands 1, 2, 3 solid power body shots, and he's had the advantage in that facet of the fight here in the 7th round and in the previous round. More power shots to the body have come from O'Leary, and there's another one. Good right hand.
Yeah, pull the hands down there of Dillon again, and Dillon comes back with a good right hand of his own, but you just sense now O'Leary maybe trying to turn the screw here, go for up in the pace just a little bit. He's oozing confidence. Has he found his second win?
Maybe it's the body shots from O'Leary which for me have been the difference principally between the two men. Dillon has dug in and his corner are trying to get him to get busier, throw more punches, but he's being walked down and just lands a couple of arm punches as O'Leary advances, then a right which is blocked, but there's now a little bit of a cut and a graze near the left eye of O'Leary, and it looked to me as though it was landed with one of those swinging right hands over the top.
Yep, he threw that right hand like he was bowling the cricket ball. Body shot went in there, and the hands come down again though from Dillon. But yeah, that right hand definitely calls that mark there. It's on the left cheek, sorry. And there seems to be blood pouring down that side of his face. Is he cut here?
Well, it's certainly a sizable graze. Whether or not the cut's going to be a damaging factor, I'm not too sure. There's two good right hands from O'Leary, who's trying to pepper the damaged side of the face. Body shot as well. O'Leary looks as though he's very much in control. We're in the 8th round of a 12-rounder. Who knows? It may well go the distance now. But O'Leary had that big advantage at the halfway stage and looks in no sort of mood to let it go.
No, that advantage, John, is definitely growing because he's won this round as well. As we hear the 10-second clack up, it's been an O'Leary round. He's landed some good body shots underneath the elbows of Dillon, some good right hands as well. He goes back to the corner with a graze under his eye, but another good round there from Pierce O'Leary.
Have you got it, Adam?
Listen, Pierce O'Leary is well ahead in this fight. What I'm really enjoying is the way he's trying to consistently set up that left hand to the body where he's getting a lot of success. Liam Dillon's a clever fighter, and what he's doing is trying his best not to fall into the trap on a consistent basis, but the trap's being set different every single time. I think Pierce O'Leary is a very special talent.
He is, but the thing is Liam Dillon's coming up in weight, which makes it a bit harder for him. I'm just sitting here watching Pierce O'Leary. As I said, he's predatory and explosive and a volume puncher, and he plants his feet very heavily. I'm trying to, he's ranked 10, isn't he, with the WBC at 10 stone at the moment. I wonder how he fares against Adam Azim or Dalton Smith.
Well, that's an interesting question, and who knows, I might get the answer to it before too long. There's an abrasion beneath the left eye of Pierce O'Leary. Incidentally, in that corner while they were speaking there, Spenny, I got the impression that they were saying, yeah, get in there, land the body shots, but then when you're in there, that's start to bring them up, get the uppercuts in.
Yeah, I think in boxing terms, what they're trying to say is turn the screw, son. Let's go through the gears now, pick it up. We're in the last quarter of the fight. Show us what you got, because it's been a little one-paced if you want a criticism about Pierce O'Leary. Everything, yeah, has been brilliant. Shot selection, punch power and all of that. And let's see that magic now. Let's see you turn it up.
Well, if he's going to prosper against people higher up the rankings, he's going to have to do that. Undefeated in his pro career to date. This is his 17th professional fight, and we've got him a long way ahead against Liam Dillon on our card, Spencer. Dillon's going to have to find a knockout punch. He's only done that on 3 occasions prior to this in his professional career, and it doesn't look as though he's got that sort of one-punch power now.
No body shot, just went in again there though from O'Leary. Dillon took that shot well, and you're right, Johnny, what you say, the punch power, although he's a strong kid, he doesn't possess that one-punch knockout power that he's going to need against someone like O'Leary, so that's going to be a big problem for him.
He's looking for it though. There was a right hand over the top into the side of O'Leary's head. O'Leary takes it well, and then a left hook from Dillon. More success from the Englishman here, right into the body as well, and O'Leary has to tie him up just to get a second or two. Misses with a right hook, which whistles over the hairline of Liam Dillon. Just over a minute to go in the 9th round of this 12-rounder, this super lightweight contest. Our main support act to the Fabio Wardley Justis Huni fight, which is coming up after this.
Yep, the crowd really warming up for that one. They're getting in the mood. You can hear the chants here now, football chants that are going around the stadium. It's going to be absolutely electric when Fabio Wardley makes that ring walk. But this fight now really heating up. 45 seconds left of round number 9. Another round for me, for Pierce O'Leary, but Dillon is showing character, hanging in there.
Well, if he could turn it around, it really would be a phenomenal performance from Dillon, having been, well, on the receiving end for certainly 5 of the 6 opening rounds. And if you could make a persuasive argument that there was a shutout in O'Leary's favour in those early rounds, but Dillon's come back, and now O'Leary lands a right hand. Dillon's up on his toes, dancing this way and that, feinting to throw a right hand. O'Leary thinks about it coming and doesn't throw too much of his own, keeps his gloves up high, and then there's a right to the head from Dillon, and again Dillon with that taunting little smile on his face. Interesting. Did Dillon do enough to win that round?
No, I don't think he's done enough to win it. Look, he's, again, my scorecard's not really telling the story because he's being very competitive in this. But for me, O'Leary doing enough to win the rounds. He's just doing the eye-catching stuff. He's got the better boxing IQ. I like Dillon. There's a lot to like about him. He's got this old-school throwback sort of style where he's leaning over. He reminds me of a smaller sort of Cole Frotch, and it just lings the shots over. But there's not enough of it. I need to see more variety, and I think that's been his letdown, John. If there's a criticism, those single shots are not enough.
Big difference there is that Carl Frotch could always bang a bit. Real power puncher when he needed to be. Ask George Groves. A reminder that you can watch along with us ringside here in Ipswich. Just head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved. Coming up after this, our main event, Fabio Wardley against Justis Huni, the talented amateur turned professional from Australia, looking for a real breakthrough opportunity tonight, and there are some who think that his boxing might prosper despite the huge support that Fabio Wardley will be getting. Good start to this round from Liam Dillon. A couple of fast hands body shots come in.
Yep, he needs a good start here, Liam Dillon now. He's got to take that gamble. He's got to roll the dice a little bit here because he will know, his corner will know he's behind on the scorecards. Good body shot from Dillon, comes back for a hook. But look at the response here from Pierce O'Leary as he goes to the body and the head. Good work there from O'Leary.
Splashes of rain come down again. People behind us in the ringside seats pull their hats on to keep themselves dry as the action continues right here in front of them. And what a good matchup it is that they've made here. Oh, good body shot from O'Leary, hammered home, and Dillon felt the weight of that, but he takes it well. He's a fit lad.
He's a tough kid, that's what he is. I think me and you felt the weight of that shot. That was a rib cruncher, and it goes in again there. Stands there, Dillon biting down as O'Leary's got centre of the ring, really ramming those body shots in. How is Dillon soaking those up.
Well, these are the sort of punches which take away the speed of foot of the faster man, which in this case is Liam Dillon. The power punches right the way through. The edge there has come to the body from Pierce O'Leary. Another one goes in, but then back comes Dillon with 1, 2, 3 headshots.
I don't know where he's finding it from, John, because I've got to tell you, he's in desperate trouble with those body shots. Every single one of them is making him wince. He's now not even defending his chin. He's got his hands down by his waist, just trying to cover the body, biting down on his gumshoe, growling at O'Leary. How is he staying up at the moment?
He's a brave lad, and you can see why he's been good enough to take titles in the past, but I don't think he's going to be good enough to take this one. He's got to win rounds 10, 11 and 12, certainly. He may be doing enough to be in with a shout of this one, even though the power body shots have come from the Irishman. There's a left hand from Dillon. There's a roar of approval from his corner, but the more consistent, heavier, hurtful work comes from O'Leary, and as I say that, he turns in another tremendous right hook to the body.
Yeah, really drilled that shot in, didn't he? Followed by the right hook to the head as well, and Dillon again just taking that 10 seconds left of this 10th round. For me, it's been another O'Leary round. Dillon has shown heart, grit, determination, all of that, but O'Leary's class, for me, doing enough.
Into the blue corner now, that's the Irish corner, supporting Pierce O'Leary.
Hold the body more. Okay? Told you the kid's got a nice hard head. That was fantastic work downstairs. Okay? And all you got to do is keep putting them together, son. Okay? You can show this kid the exit. He's not a quitter, he's a tough old puppy. If your left hand so keep digging that big. Listen, when you're off this centre, pivot the back foot to get that in again. Okay? You stay in here and then come high with the right hand. You understand me, champ? Okay? I said to you previous round, a little shuffle of the feet to open a whole world of opportunities for yourself. Okay? Listen.
Yeah, keep the body punches going, and if they were saying it with slightly over-the-top enthusiasm with 1 or 2 words there, apologies for that, but you kind of know the score. I have to say that, and you may argue they have to say it as well.
Do you know what? I just sit here and I love that little smirkness on your face when we're hearing that sort of language coming from the corner.
It's because I never use it.
And the apology's brilliant as well. Brilliant, as is this contest here. Pierce O'Leary, Liam Dillon, vacant European and WBC International super lightweight titles on the line. And what a contest we've got here, John.
Excellent contest. It's been a really good main support. The crowds loved it, and intermittently you hear the chant starting to go up around the big crowd here for Fabio Wardley. They're loving him, and here comes O'Leary again. Is he going to find a way to get this man out even at this late stage? Well, I don't think so. I think we've seen all that O'Leary can give, and we've also seen that Dillon can take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's one tough cookie. He's Liam Dillon, that's for sure. He's shown a lot of heart in there, and we've seen a lot of class from Pierce O'Leary as well. Good right hand now from Dillon, and the corner absolutely loved that one. That will give him a little bit of hope.
Just a little bit of an anxious look on some of the O'Leary supporters on the far side of the ring. Among them, Alan Condon, and I tell you, there weren't too many braver fighters in the ring than that particular Irish.
Absolutely, absolutely. Listen, he brings a great support, O'Leary. There's a lot expected of him. And what a performance, 1, 2, 3 shots go in there. How did Dillon take that again? As he jumps up on his toes like he's in the first round. Incredible stuff.
O'Leary switching the attack to the head that time, with Dillon showing great fitness, great anticipation, partly riding the punches. 2 more head body shots rather from O'Leary, who's got that graze on his left cheek. Dillon needs to dominate these last 2 rounds. How does he do so though, as Leary comes in again and throws 2 more big left hooks?
Yeah, Dillon's a kid that's come up through the weight divisions, the light super feathers, the lightweights, now super lightweight. And he's made that as his strength. He notice the ball goes his way through. We saw it against Mace Ruegg last time out when he won that contest, but he hasn't got the physicalities here. Like, O'Leary's the stronger kid, the bigger kid, and he's dominant in the way that he's controlling the fight right now.
I'm sure that a few O'Leary fans would just like to have seen him go through the gears a little bit more, because Dillon's still in there. Of course, we are seeing it that O'Leary's won it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the judges see it exactly the same way. Dillon's still in there, still pitching, and still making it a fight into the last 10 seconds of the penultimate round. A good round it's been as well. Two of them landing heavy shots in that last exchange. And so, Spencer, we now have just 3 minutes to go.
Yep, what a round of game there. O'Leary landed a budding right hook, short right hook, right on the bell there, and how Dillon took it, I really don't know. Another competitive round as we're watching it on our monitors. Both guys simultaneously landing right hands. It's been a tough, grueling contest, and both guys are a credit to the sport, they really are. I've got Perez O'Leary widely in front here. Dillon's going to need something big to capture this vacant European super lightweight title, a really prestigious title that catapults you into the top 10 rankings of all the governing bodies. But you just suspect Perez O'Leary's got too much, John.
Well, O'Leary's looking for a 17th consecutive win. Dillon gets his arms above his head, waves his arms around, trying to get some movement into those tired limbs. The two touch gloves, and genuine respect between the two as they did that. And now Perez O'Leary stalks Dillon, looking for more big body shots, which has been his trademark in this fight, and it's been the deciding factor so far as we're concerned. That's what's given him the edge.
Yeah, great entertaining contest here. Boxing IQ very high from both guys, and they've both showed a lot in there. This is a gladiatorial sport. You leave it all in the ring, all on the line, all for these fans. You know what we got here? 15,000, 20,000 fans packed in here now. They're appreciating what they're seeing. These two kids have delivered.
And on a difficult night when it's been cool, cloudy, and at times torrential rain here. Good right hand from O'Leary. Back came Dillon with one of his own. Good response. And another right hand from Dillon. You can hear it getting the cheers of his corner, not too far away from where we're commentating.
Yeah, that's a good shot he's throwing, Dillon. Just a short shot. Right hand lands again there from Dillon. O'Leary got to be careful he doesn't switch off as he stalks forward, carrying that left hand down by his waist. He's leaving himself open to that counter right hand over the top. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught with that again.
The rain comes down a little bit more heavily as the minutes and seconds tick away to our main event here on talkSPORT. Last round this of O'Leary against Dillon, the super lightweight contest, which has been a fascinating main support fight. And Perez O'Leary, for us, the Irishman, slightly physically the bigger man. He looks as though he's had the edge, the natural super lightweight. Dillon, who's fought at lower weights and been a British champion at those lower weights, but he's not quite had the power here as a super lightweight.
No, maybe not. Maybe he can go back down. He doesn't look like he's suited to this weight. He might be a little bit too small for this weight. But O'Leary's got a bright future in front of him. If he comes through this one, picks up this EBU title, you got the likes of Dalton Smith, Adam Azim. There'll be the pack that he's chasing there. Them guys, you know, they've had this European title. They've moved on, kicked on to bigger and better things. But that's the target there for Perez O'Leary.
Yep, he's an Irish favourite. He's got a big support base, and there's plenty of Irish supporters here in the crowd tonight. That's a good right hand to the body from Dillon. O'Leary came back with a right hand over the top, but the fleet-footed Dillon was able to evade it. Good left hand to the body from O'Leary. Then back came a straight right from Dillon, who's still in here very much competing in the final round, short of the target with a right over the top. Into the last 10 seconds, as you can hear, of this final round. And now O'Leary's up on his toes as well, showing that he's got a bit of footwork as well. The two touch gloves embrace on the final bell. And for me, I think that has O'Leary's fight by a fairly wide margin. I'd give him that one, but Dillon certainly made a fight of it.
Yep, totally agree with that. He did certainly make a fight of that one. Didn't do enough though, it was very, very competitive, but for me he was losing all the rounds.
What have you got into scores?
I've got it, 119.
So you've just given what?
Yeah, 119, 109 I've got here.
One round to Dillon. I got it slightly closer than that, but no doubt that O'Leary did what was required, and his corner looked very happy. He's asking them, am I marked up? Am I still pretty? And one of them told him, yeah, you're okay, you're okay.
Listen, ask that question again in the morning. Trust me, I've been involved in fights like that, and I know after the 12 rounds, the guys sit down at ringside, they do their interviews, and you think, how's he gone 12 rounds like that? And he doesn't look too bruised up. Trust me, when he wakes up in the morning, it'll be a different story.
The voice of experience from Spencer Oliver here on talkSPORT, watching a good small fighter, 5'8" super lightweight, Pierce O'Leary, and he's getting loads of congratulations and fair play to the Irish cornerman, including Alan Coleman. They've gone over to Liam Dillon's corner and said to him, hey, we've won this fight, but you made it a fight. You made it good to watch, and that's what boxing's about.
John, you're exactly right, mate. It takes two to tango, and you look at the scorecards there, and it won't really tell the tale. I've got a lot of respect for Liam Dillon. I like him as a fighter, the character that he is, the way that he fights, old school in many ways, and he delivered there. You know, he delivers in every fight. When you've got all these fans in here and they're paying good money to come and see good fights, this kid will always deliver. He ain't done enough tonight, but he's made it a great fight.
The belt's in there. Thomas Triber's in there with the judges' scorecards, and he's just waiting to be cued in by our television producers, and here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Mark Lyson scores it 116 to 1. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now both WBC International and EBU.
There you have it. Pierce O'Leary is the new European champion at super lightweight. Great performance from him. Them scorecards were a bit close, weren't they? I've no doubt we'll pick the bones out of that at some point later on. Don't be going anywhere, because coming next, heavyweights on deck as Fabio Wardley and Justis Huni throw down. Ipswich tonight as Fabio Wardley and Justis Huni throw down in the heavyweight division. I'm Adam Catterall and it's a pleasure to be in your company. Gareth Davies alongside me, as is Spencer Oliver and John Rawling. You can hear in the background that the anthem of the main event is just cranking up. Neil Diamond's doing his thing. And there's about 15,000 people inside Portman Road in party mode. The hometown hero's about to make his walk, Gareth, but this lot are ready for some serious action, aren't they?
They are. It's a great atmosphere here tonight now. They're really, really warming up the stadium. Two lots of two-tiers, absolutely rampant. People with their phones on, really enjoying the 1969 John and Neil Diamond hit, Sweet Caroline. It's really brilliant. John Rawling, I don't say John Rawling hits, but he wasn't a singer back in the late 60s. It's a great atmosphere. Fabio Wardley, if he wins tonight, dramatically or by stoppage, will never ever forget this night. It's his moment to shine and his moment to propel himself, to project himself into the very top echelons of the heavyweight division against Justis Huni.
Yeah, big ramifications on this fight tonight for Fabio Wardley and for Justis Huni, because he's been waiting for an opportunity and he gets his opportunity to punch his ticket tonight in front of the British fight fans, in front of Frank Warren, in front of Eddie Hearn. Two big players when it comes to putting on the very biggest fight in the heavyweight division. Just to paint the picture for you, the rain has just started once again. It's been on and off all afternoon here in Ipswich at Portman Road. The fans have weathered it, the ponchos are out, the cagoules are out, the umbrellas are up, but they're in good voice, as you can hear, as DJ Majestic starts to crank up the decibels ahead of these big heavyweight walkouts.
And you know what they did really smartly? They got Pierce O'Leary and Liam Dillon out of the ring quickly, got the ring walk music, got the corners in the rings and got it moving, because the wind is blowing the rain from left to right across us as well, across the ring.
Let's get into the ring. Thomas Schreiber is about to bring in the main event of the evening.
Let's now welcome to the ring our main event participants. First, from Australia, Justis Huni.
Wasn't supposed to be Justis Huni, but opportunity has knocked and he answered that door. The rain is coming down here in Ipswich and the big Australian is making his way towards the ring. Gareth Davies, a boy with fantastic amateur pedigree, he's been there and done it on the amateur scene. He's waiting for his professional chance and tonight it arrives.
It does, and I'm really pleased with the way they've run this tonight, because they're getting the boxers in the ring really quickly, really smartly. They're not letting it delay. As I said, the wind is blowing from left to right across us, and it's blowing the rain into and across the ring. If it does get too wet, they will stop for 5 minutes. And just to warn you, if it stops for over 5 minutes, it will be declared a no contest. Justis Huni steps up into the ring just above us. I thought he's looked cool, calm and collected in his dressing room. I spoke to Spencer Brown this week. His manager Eddie Hearn's here for him, and he's ready to take his moment.
He is a very cool, calm and collected Australian, draped in white. Little bit of glitter, little bit of gold, little bit of silver on those shorts as well for his big night. But these 15,000 people are here for one man.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Fabio Wardley.
I've got to do.
Consuming this via radio, and I know that you're consuming this via the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Your eyes are not currently on Fabio Wardley, but what an unbelievable entrance. He was built for this night. We've got the Roy Jones Jr. music ringing out around Portman Road, drapes in blue, eyes steely, firmly fixed on the centre circle where he is about to head. What a night for Fabio Wardley.
Earlier on in the night, because of the rain, people weren't in the centre of the pitch, but now the entire place is packed. He's absolutely loving this moment, looks utterly focused. We know what he delivers. 17 knockouts from 18 victories and 1 draw. He looks like a man on a mission at Portman Road.
His mate Alois Jr. looks like he's behind him there, walking him in. It's a blue gladiatorial chest piece as part of his get-up this evening. We've seen it before when he's done it, but never in the Ipswich colours.
Here he is, right in front of us. No one's going to rush him. He's going to take his time. He's waited all his life for this. He's Suffolk born and bred, and you know what? The Suffolk sea gods are smiling on him right now, because I want to say that the rain has stopped for Fabio Wardley.
Wardley up on the ring canvas, going through the middle rope, drapes in blue, enters the ring, looking fantastic as he salutes the crowd, and you can hear the reception that he receives as a hometown hero. Accomplishes a dream tonight, fighting at his beloved Portman Road, where his beloved Ipswich town obviously compete on a week-by-week basis.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our featured bout. It is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it will be for the vacant WBA Interim Heavyweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Frank Warren for Queensberry, in association with Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Platform Sports, Tasman Fighters, and Gold Star Promotions, along with their great sponsors: Riot Season, 32 Red, That Prize Guy, Global Next Trade, Unibet, FlexMize Business Loans, and Vow Nutrition. A big thanks to those great sponsors. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Steward in Charge Ben Harmsworth, along with the World Boxing Association. President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Mariana Bodasova, Timekeeper Stephen Pucci. Our 3 judges assigned will be for Lynn Marsh of New Zealand, Pavel Cardini of Poland, and Bob Williams of England. Our referee in charge, 3rd man in the ring, will be John Latham of England. Live worldwide, and boxing fans here in Ipswich, England. The time has arrived for the main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with silver and weighted officially at 248 pounds. Coming to us from Brisbane, Australia, he brings an undefeated record with 12 wins, 7 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the highly ranked, undefeated former Australian champion and the current WBO Global and IBF Pan-Pacific Heavyweight Champion, Justis Huni! And his opponent across the ring in this main event, Fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue and white and weighed in officially at 243 pounds. Undefeated, he has 18 wins, 1 draw, 17 of his 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Currently ranked number 1 by the WBA, he is the undefeated former British, English, and Commonwealth heavyweight champion. Ladies and gentlemen, from right here, Ipswich, England, here is Fabio Wardley.
Instructions at all times. When I tell you to break, you both break clean. Defend yourselves at all times, and the best of luck to you both. Touch gloves.
There's always something special about boxing in a football stadium. Portman Road is ready to roar on one of their own. It's heavyweight action on Heavyweight Radio, and calling you through Wardley versus Huni live on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Well, who's going to be able to get the first moment of dominance in this fight? Wardley's onto the front foot. No punches landing so far. He's slightly the taller man, standing around 6'5". He's walking down Huni onto the ropes. Standing tall, Wardley feints to throw the left hand, thinks better of it, then tries to turn a left jab into a hook, and it whistles over the top of Huni's head. And no shots at all scoring one way or the other, but then a left hand from Huni does find the chin of Wardley.
Yeah, Huni up on his toes. He's the guy with that amateur pedigree, but the million-dollar question is, can he take those big shots? We saw him hurt against Kevin Lorena in the second round and the 10th round badly. Is that going to be enough preparation against a dynamic puncher like Fabio Wardley?
Wardley, who, well, even his greatest fans wouldn't call him a sweet technical boxer, but my goodness, he can punch, and he's not landed anything yet. Looking to throw the left-hand lead to the body of Huni. It's taken partly deflected by the arms. Good jab again from Wardley, but one was taken on the gloves and another one. Huni tries to throw a left hand to the body. Just get the sense of just feeling each other out in this opening 3-minute round.
Yep, heavyweight boxing, one false move and it's checkmate, you get taken out, and I think that with the power that Fabio Wardley possesses, he's looking for that single shot, that showreel knockout, but Huni recognises that and he needs to grow into it, use that height, use that reach to his advantage. Good jab there from Huni.
After a couple of decent body shots as well, the Australian lands 2 more, and a right into the side of the head. There are 2 hooks to the body and the right cross. Wardley takes them well though. Now looking to throw big punches of his own, lands a solid right hand into the left-hand side of Huni's body. The Australian has started quite well in this opening round.
Yeah, good work here from Huni as he just misses that counter there. Fabio Wardley leads off with a jab, misses wildly with that right hand. Huni clearly done his homework here. Looking dangerous in this opening round, the Australian.
Well, he's got the edge in speed and he's got the edge in footwork, you would suspect as well. Almost in with a right over the top as Wardley allowed his left hand to drop low. Threw a left into the body, and again a right hand counter over the top coming in from Huni. Interesting opening round, an interesting maybe little foresight into what's going to be coming in the rounds ahead. Huni maybe just shading this opener on his boxing skill.
Yeah, Huni maybe just done the better work. He landed a good left hook to the body early on. Wardley always looking dangerous. dangerous. But Huni very happy to stand there and trade with him.
Yeah, interesting, wasn't it? And they go into the corner and he's getting words of advice from his Australian trainer, and I think they're very happy with the way it's looked so far. What do you reckon, Spencer?
Yeah, listen, it was a good round there from Huni. He landed a good body shot, but he was sizing him up, setting up the traps, but we expected that from Fabio Wardley as well, to be fair. I'm glad that he showed that composure. 20,000 strong crowd here, packed out here at this Ipswich Town Stadium, and Wardley could quite easily have lost it a little bit there and went in, rushed to make a fundamental mistake. He didn't. Interesting first round. I lean towards Huni, but it was a close round.
I was worried that he might just get a bit too over-emotional, Wardley, and get a bit too charged up. We go into the second round of this 12-rounder, a WBA World Title Eliminator. Ipswich's Fabio Wardley against Justis Huni from Australia, from Brisbane. And he's had, for me, the better of the opening round. Left hand, right hand from Wardley, taken on the gloves by Huni. Then Wardley switches that left lead into the body. Tries to show him the left hand and turn it into a hook, but took a straight left counter. As ever, there's that scarring on the nose of Fabio Wardley, across the crown of his nose, the bridge of his nose, and you can almost guarantee that at some stage that's going to be a factor. Left to the body again from Huni.
Yeah, Huni maybe edged the first round, but there's a dangerous look around Fabio Wardley when he lets those shots go. There looks like an air of vulnerability around Justis Huni when he takes the shots. It's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds, but Wardley looking dangerous here in the second.
How do I put this nicely? Justis Huni has got a sizable nose, and that's the target that Fabio Wardley is looking for. He's trying to thud that big right hand right in there, but there's a good left hand from Huni. Good hand speed again from the Australian.
Yep, showing good head movement there as well, Huni. After he let those shots go, he didn't get greedy. He moved the head afterwards. Just forced Wardley to hold a little bit there. Now Wardley back in control, holding centre of the ring, flicking out the jab. You just sense the right hand is going to come over at any point.
We know the power that Wardley has. What he did to Big Fraser's face in that fight over in Saudi, and he knows that he has that power. Couple of jabs, and then back comes Huni. Clings on Wardley, and the referee, is he going to have to separate them, or are they going to box their way out of it? Huni lands a right hand around the back of the head, and the referee speaks to him about it, and Wardley didn't like that.
No, it was a dirty little shot around the back of the head, and just seemed to send the legs a little funny there of Wardley. That's not a nice shot to be hit with, but soon got his composure back, loops the right hand over. Swinging shot over the top there from Wardley.
Wardley, who's learned his trade as a professional fighter, only had 4 white-collar contests, no amateur fights before coming into the professional sport. And Huni going well in this second round.
He's just growing in confidence here in the second round, Huni. He's just getting off his shots, starting to put them together. You just sense he's warming into this one a bit.
Last 10 seconds of the second round. And Wardley not quite settling into this as fast maybe as Ben Davidson, his trainer, would have liked. Right hand over the top, just off target. Well, I reckon that Huni's had a decent start to this fight. Let's see what Gareth A. Davies thinks.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. He has had a very good start. He's showing his boxing skills. What wasn't noticed by many people was that the last punch that Fabio Wardley landed of the first round wobbled the legs of Justis Huni, by the way, and he went back to his corner a little bit unsteady. I always thought the fight would go this way. Ben Davison, Lee Wiley, Robert Hodgkins, they're all working on Fabio, crawling his way into this fight and making it a dog fight. He looks to have the more power. I like the look of Huni at the moment. He's silenced the crowd for now, but I think Fabio Wardley is yet to come on very strong. Don't forget, we're live on the the watch along. If you're listening to this on talkSPORT Radio, on our boxing YouTube channel, press live.
This is our main event on talkSPORT, the home of boxing. Fabio Wardley against Justis Huni. Huni having a reasonable start, but Wardley starting this third round quickly, looking to throw big punches, left into the body. Makes Huni fall short with a left-hand counter his own, and then he doubles up, left hand, turns into a left hook, and another one. Both big punches from Huni. Back comes Wardley off the ropes, looking to land a solid right hand, but danger signs again for Wardley in the early stages of this third.
Yeah, both guys starting to trade now, rolling the dice a little bit, really heating up in there. Wardley coming back with some dangerous looking shots, but Huni not phased at the moment. He's happy to sit in the pocket.
Wardley felt the weight of Huni's punches there. He wasn't moved by them though. Jab from Huni. Wardley sees it coming and rides it out. Couple of jabs now from Wardley and the right cross, looking for the uppercut, can't find it, and then ties Huni up. Tell you what about Wardley, he might not be the greatest pretty boy boxer in the world, but he's got a real fighting instinct.
He certainly has it. He's got dynamite in each of his hands as well. He can take a fighter out with any single shot, and that's what Huni's got to be careful as he presses forward, hands held high, slams in a right hook to the body though. Good work this again in the third round from Huni.
Wardley keeps his gloves up high. Huni tried to throw another body shot, then he does get through with a right hand and a left hand, and this time Wardley definitely is the one who wants to hold and just give himself a second or two.
Yeah, he was definitely hurt there. It was Fabio Wardley. The body shot really went in, and I think he's feeling the weight of those as well. The tactics here from Huni are to work that body, bring the hands down, and let the shots go to the top. Vicious looking right hand there from Wardley. Just skinned the top of the head. Huni coming back with good shots of his own.
Right to the body and then following the top of the left hook, then back comes Wardley. Big left hook of his own, and he's got Huni in a bit of trouble there. The Australian's trying to bob and weave, trying to keep Wardley up, but Wardley knows that that left hook had a shattering impact. He comes in and throws a big right hand, and listen to this Ipswich crowd. They're willing their man on here in the third round. He's having a great spell here. His best of the fight so far, after Huni took the first two. Right hand again from Wardley into the final 20 seconds of this third, and a terrific spell from Fabio Wardley, and the crowd are simply loving it.
And Huni pushing forward, comes back with a good right hand of his own, and now it's Fabio Wardley's turn to be pinned into the corner. 10-second clacker goes. Good left hook there from Huni as well. Big right hand, and now it's Huni's turn.
What a round that was. What a round. For me, Wardley did enough. We'll go into that blue corner now, where Robert Hodgins is the lead trainer, and that's the voice you'll hear speaking to Fabio Wardley. That tactical advice was coming from Ben Davies there in that corner, telling Fabio where he thinks that he's not quite doing enough.
Yep, he said ducking under the right hand, you need to come up with the uppercut, basically. That's what he's telling him, to go under and come up. He's the shorter guy of the two. Oh, he chops the right hand down, and they go straight back at it. At the beginning of the fourth, Wardley looking for the knockout early here. Huni up on his toes.
Steam coming off the two big men's bodies, and in the cold of the night, the breath similarly is blowing steam out of their mouths across the ring, adding to the dramatic spectacle right in front of us here at ringside in the middle of Portman Road. The two hold on, a couple of good body shots from Fabio Wardley. I gave Wardley the third round, having having given Huni the first two. Carl Frampton scores it exactly the opposite on TV.
Well, these subjective rounds and they're very close, but I'm with you, John. I think Huni may be slightly in front, but I tell you what, the twists and turns here. Wardley looking for the knockout, big shots, but Huni up on his toes, stalking forward. He wants to be in there. He wants to be fire with fire.
Huni gets in close and landed a chopping right. The defence of Wardley finding wanting. Uppercut from Huni. Back comes Wardley. Right hand and left hand. Thud into the body. And the two of them lean on. Who's the stronger man? That might be a key.
Yeah, absolutely. This is becoming a psychological battle as well as a physical battle in there right now. Both guys are loading up with every single shot, and both guys are happy to sit in the pocket. I'll be amazed if we hear the bell for the 12th and final round, the way this one's going.
Well, it's certainly warming up, to put it mildly, here in this fourth round on a chilly night in Ipswich. Wardley took a straight left from Huni, but then comes back with a couple of jabs of his own. Takes to throw to the body, right over the top from Huni. Lands on the head of Wardley, and then Wardley ducks into a left hook, takes it flush. Huni lands, and then a right hand as well. And the better work in there coming from Huni.
Yeah, the body shots are really getting through here, and Huni happy to sit there and take those shots, trade with the heavy-handed Fabio Wardley. And Wardley again getting hit to the body, just seemed to bend over there. Those shots are taking their toll for sure.
Two more big left right hooks from Wardley, and then a left from Huni, and a right to the jaw. And now Wardley wants to hold on. That was good work from Huni, and there's marking as well around his left eye. That was a good attack from Huni, and Wardley is in a little bit of an anxious place here in this fourth round.
Great call there, John, because he is in an anxious place. He's feeling these body shots. He doesn't like them at all. Huni sensed this. He's fancying it. The 10-second clacker couldn't have gone soon enough there. The mouth now falling open of Fabio Wardley. Worrying times.
Wardley tried to uncork a big right hand with his last punch of the round. But signs there of trouble for Fabio Wardley, Adam.
He's going to run out of gas because he's throwing everything. In round three, it was a fantastic round from our point of view to watch it. But he threw the kitchen sink at that round and only narrowly came through and probably just about nicked it. Huni's put it back on him in the fourth. That's the type of stuff, Gareth, that breaks a fighter's heart.
Absolutely, and those sustained body attacks from Huni. You can see that Wardley's having to take a momentary break. Then he's being hit upstairs. The hand speed right now is with Huni.
It's the body shots that are doing most of the damage here, and they're taking most of the stamina away from Fabio Wardley. Those body shots are folding him in half. He's feeling them. He's wincing at them. He's not even defending his chin now.
But you've got to say it's a great atmosphere here tonight and a fantastic fight so far.
Huni is giving Wardley all the trouble that he needs. And don't forget, we don't just have boxing on talkSPORT on Tuesday. Full live international friendly commentary as England hosts Senegal. Here we've got Wardley against Justis Huni, our main event here in an absolute bear pit atmosphere at the Portman Road football ground, home of Ipswich Town, here in Ipswich. And the great local hero, Fabio Wardley, is very definitely not getting things all his own way.
Yeah, he's trying to turn things around here, trying to put Huni on that back foot. You've got 20,000 anxious fans in here at the moment. The crowd has gone slightly quiet. There's a dangerous look around Justis Huni. Fabio needs to do something here in this round, change the pattern in this fight.
The power puncher, we expected it to be Wardley, and there's a good uppercut in there from Wardley, but maybe the greater effect of power shots have come from Justis Huni, who has switched attack from body to head with good effect. But this has been a good opening minute here in this fifth round for Fabio Wardley, left to the body, and he's just trying to physically boss Huni around. Huni takes to throw a shot to the head and then whacks in a right hook to the body.
Yeah, Fabio now trying to draw Huni in. He's switching the attacks. He's trying to go with the uppercuts now, and he just got hit with a body shot again as his back was against the ropes to us here, and he seemed to bend over again. He's feeling those shots big time.
I think he was was okay with that one, and he's had more of the work in this 5th round. Good body shot again, but then back comes Huni with another terrific left hook, and Huni's punching power cannot be understated. He's had stoppage wins in his undefeated 12 professional fights, and he's showing that he's got real power here, and that's very much a factor.
He's showing character here as well. You know, there was question marks over his punch resistance, and we're seeing that he's showing a lot of character. He's happy to stand in there as both guys tie up in the centre of the ring. 45 seconds left in round number 5. Another good right hand there from Justis Huni.
And back comes Wardley off the ropes with a left to the body. Huni aiming to throw headshots. When he puts his punches together, he's certainly got faster hands and maybe better boxing skills. And this is another difficult round to score, this 5th round.
Well, I'm not sure it is. I've got a Justis Huni round. I think he's doing the better work at the moment. Wardley on the back foot, body shots going again. Right hand slams into the head there.
Was suspected or suggested this might be a real coming-of-age fight for Fabio Wardley as he bangs in another body shot and takes back a fast right-hand counter from Huni. Good competitive round.
Yep, another round for me that I go towards Justis Huni. Quite a close contest we've got here, subjective rounds. I've got Huni in front at the moment, just doing the better work, switching those attacks to the body. As he's landing those body shots, you can see the effects of Fabio Wardley. Looking at him in the corner there, they're working on that marking across the nose as well. There's some worrying faces in here, John. And Fabio Wardley maybe thought he was going to have it a bit easier than this.
Well, Mark Wilson, Huni's trainer, has worked out the tactics for their man, and they seem to have done well enough to have taken these early rounds. Wardley needs big shots, and he needs to start making a bit of a dent on Justis Huni, who's got blood coming from his nose now, but it's not affecting him too badly, I don't think. And now we move into the 6th round, and it may well be that Fabio Wardley's behind.
Yep, I think Fabio Wardley is behind. There was a sort of tired, weary look around him here. He needs a big shot, he needs a big round just to turn this around, because you suspect the young Australian is really growing into this, fancying this. We're coming up to the halfway mark of the contest, and I've got Huni in a comfortable lead at the moment.
Huni, the younger man by 4 years, 26 years old, and he comes in again with a right hand, left hand combination, then switches to the body, tries to throw a right cross, and Wardley makes him miss, and there's no great snap about Wardley's work. I suppose it's quite possible that judges will be swung by the crowd, who are very much in the Wardley favour, but I cannot really make an argument for Wardley being ahead at this stage.
John, I'm going to tell you, the body shots have taken their toll on Wardley here. He's feeling the pace of that. When you get hit with them shots repeatedly, it takes this out of you, takes the gas out of you, and Huni is targeting that body, and he's having success.
Was it Teddy Atlas who put $1,500 over in America on Huni to win this?
Listen, Teddy Atlas knows his stuff. Maybe he knew something that we didn't, and as we say that, Huni again piling on the pressure. Lovely short right hand just went in there. Wardley on the back foot, and then a lack of urgency about Wardley's work at the moment.
I'm not sure it's a lack of urgency or whether or not the snap and the spring has been taken out of his work by those body shots and that power that Huni's been able to find. And the Australians up on his toes again. Wardley needs a big right hand, needs some big shots here to start to turn the tide here. And I can see some shouts on from the far side of the ring from those supporting Wardley, and they're getting very, very concerned at this stage.
Listen, the atmosphere has dropped somewhat. It's quieter in here right now. It's been Huni doing all the work, and he's been getting all the success. There's been a consistency around his work. The body, the head, has been working really, really well. Fabio needs something here. As again now, he's on the front foot, looking for that big shot, but gets caught with the right hand, and again with the right hand there.
He's tentative in unleashing his punches. He's moving into position, but not letting them go with any real conviction, particularly the damaging right hand. There's another right hand for Huni, and there's a bit of swelling under the right eye of Wardley, and not surprising because so many headshots have found the target into the last 15 seconds of the 6th round. Another big right hand from Huni into the right eye of Wardley, and another, the Australian jigging around in front of Wardley. No big power shots from Wardley, and this is another round for Huni, and a round for Huni by a distance into the red corner now, where Justis Huni is being spoken to by his trainer Mark Wilson, who's surely going to be delighted.
Right, that's a good round. You let him have little moments, but overall you're controlling the round. Smart, you're moving your feet. Remember what we're saying, it's all about power. When you just move, flick it, catch him with the speed punches. And when you've got him going back, that's when you jump on him, right? To the body, to the head. Just be wary of the right hand. Stay present. Totally straight as that right hand. Box smart. Okay? Box smart. You're pissing if you box smart. Alright?
He's fucked. This is where your engine.
You've got to explode. When you've got him
Well, you're hearing that, there's some very anxious words, firm advice being given in the opposite corner by Ben Davidson for Fabio Wardley, because I tell you, we're now into the 7th, and I, for what it's worth, have got Huni 5-1 ahead.
Yeah, I've got Huni in a handy lead here. He's the kid that's up on his toes. There's a sorry look around Fabio Wardley at the moment as he tries to unleash a right hand, falls short and gets caught with a right hand counter. Getting wild, getting desperate now maybe. Fabio Wardley, but there's a really good look around Huni here.
He's fighting as though he's been told, look, come on, you're the puncher, let's see you land one. You've got to land some big shots, and you've got to do it soon. But there's a tired look about Fabio Wardley, and so many shots from Huni have landed, particularly to the head, and there's another one. Left hand, right hand, 2 more, and Wardley staggered back towards the ropes in front of us as that right hand crashed into his jaw. Body shot comes back from Wardley, and the crowd tried to rouse him, but the Australian is dominant after the first minute of this 7th round, and a big body shot goes in as well. And now, is the referee going to say that that was low? He goes back to the corner, Wardley, and he's telling, no, there's a gun shield come out. It's the Australian gun shield, and he goes back to his corner to have it put back in.
I tell you what, John, that couldn't have come at a better time there. It was a big body shot that went in with Wardley. Sorry look on his face, and Justis Huni in control again. Wardley needs to find one of those big right hands from somewhere, because this fight is slipping away from him.
Wardley is the bigger man, supposedly the bigger puncher, but right now he looks the smaller man, the more damaged man, and the man who's losing, and he's rocked back onto the ropes in front of his promoter on the far side of the ring once more, and there's bruising and scarring now starting to show underneath his left eye. Jab from Wardley.
He's unravelling here, he's starting to come apart, he's trying to find something, he's letting the shots go, but trust me, he's starting to come apart here, Wardley.
We've said that before, though, in the career of Fabio Wardley. He has that great power, he has the equaliser, but he's not looked as though he's got the power to put Huni into real trouble so far in this fight. He's tried to box his way back in here in the 7th. Throws a couple of body shots, and immediately great response from the pro-Wardley crowd.
Yeah, the crowd really trying to get behind him here, trying to push him, trying to get something out of him. Huni standing in front of him, hands held high, big right hand there from Huni, sends the sweat spraying from Fabio Wardley's head. Wardley now pinned in the neutral corner, right hand again.
He's taking too many in there, big right hands, he's trying to cover up, and he holds on, and he's in an anxious dangerous place in this 7th round, with Justis Huni, the Australian, showing so much more than anybody believed he was capable of delivering. He said, I'm the man with the amateur background, I'm the man with the boxing skills, I'm not afraid of him, and I can take him out. And he's showing in this 7th round that he's quite capable of doing that. And he bullies Wardley back once more. Big round for Huni, and Wardley looks a little bit disconsolate at him as he goes back to the corner.
It's becoming uncomfortable to watch, if I'm honest, gentlemen. I've currently got it 6-1 in rounds towards Huni. I think he's comfortable, he's landing clean, he's landing effective. I think there's a real conversation going on in that corner in the next couple of rounds as to whether there is a point of Fabio Wardley continuing. I know he's got power, I know he has, but he's taking a beating at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know about that, because he's a heavyweight, so one punch can turn it around, and it's a massive fight for him. I concur with you, Adam. I've got Justis Huni 6 rounds to 1 up. I'm winning it very comfortably They're two 18-stone men fighting each other, so it's a battle. But the trouble is, all those successive body shots have taken the fire out of Fabio Wardley. He'll fight to the end.
Huni's been brilliant. He's been brilliant.
He's been brilliant, and he's dominating.
I tell you what,
hand speeds, footwork.
He's digging deep here.
You can watch along with us here in Ipswich. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved. This is Fabio Wardley against Justis Huni. We're now into the 8th round, and we've got the Australian in a sizable lead. And he comes forward now and scores the first big shot of the round, and left to the chin. He has Wardley on the ropes, landed a chopping right hand as well, tugged him down, and the referee has to split him. But Wardley is now starting to fight on instinct more than ability.
Absolutely, he's nothing left here, John. I'm telling you that now. The body shots are hurting him big time, and he is seriously asking himself questions in there right now. He has got to show a lot of character to pull himself through this, because he's feeling the pace badly here.
He's trying to work behind the jab, but he can't. Oh, now he does get them into range and lands one straight onto the face of Huni. Huni, though, is trying to walk him down into the corner, into the blue corner on the far side of the ring, and the two embrace, hug, and the referee has to split them, pushes Wardley back. A few seconds respite for Fabio Wardley.
That's technical ability there of Huni slipping on the inside that jab. That's that amateur pedigree we were talking about, the better boxing skills, and that's paying dividends for him in there right now.
Wardley tries to push him back. Smaller referee, John Latham, splits them once more. Huni, work rate, is it just starting to drop a bit? He walks Wardley back. Good jab. Wardley has to take it flush, and then there's a right hand as well, and nothing at all comes back from Wardley. But I say the work rate is dropping, but maybe he's just trying to measure his punches.
He's just controlling the space. He's doing it, you know, being sensible here. He knows Fabio's dangerous. He's controlling that space and throwing the punches when he wants to. There you go, jab slams into the face of Wardley. Wardley tries to come back, but nothing on the shots now.
Missing with a wild right hand, Fabio Wardley. Huni just dropped inside it, ducked inside it, onto his toes again, left to the body from Wardley, and that's not really worked as a tactic today. Good left hand from Huni, and a right hand as well, and Wardley has to grit his teeth, hold on, comes back off the ropes, tries to throw a body shot, and then comes back off the ropes.
Yep, totally agree. He's fighting on instincts in there right now, Fabio Wardley. He's showing character, that's for sure. Mouth's open, breathing heavily. Big right hand goes in over the top again. There from Huni. Another round for the Australian here.
Well, Wardley needs something massive. What's Ben Davidson going to say to him now in the blue corner? Let's go and listen, because this is going to be one heck of a sermon preached by Ben Davidson. Tries to get him into the move.
What was the one thing we said you can't do? Jab from a low. So you need more space to disguise your timing. And it's returning a lot. More taking it on. Yeah? But not from a low.
Disguise it and go forward.
Or jab to the
He's trying to keep it as quiet as possible there, keep away from our microphone, worrying that it's going to find its way to the other side of the ring.
Yeah, not sure how he's going to do that. I think he needs to give Wardley certainly some words of encouragement here. Here we go, round number 9.
9th round. Can Wardley turn this one around? Because surely Justis Huni, this lively, underestimated Australian, has to be ahead at this stage. Good fast jab from Huni. First good scoring shot. Right hand from Wardley, partially deflected by Huni. And all at ringside now are unanimous. That is that Justis Huni is winning this fight here, open air, at the Ipswich football ground, and the great local hero Fabio Wardley may have got to the stage where he has to put this man down.
Yep, he's certainly, in our book anyway, getting very, very desperate now for Fabio Wardley, who's falling miles behind right now. He really is, and he needs to do something, and do something soon.
Jabs to the body, mouth hanging open, looking a bit tired. Threw a fast uppercut, Wardley. It was off target though. Didn't find the target. Whistled past the front of Huni's face. Wardley, jab, jab. Back comes one from Huni. It's a quiet start from both men to this 9th, and they clinch, and the referee advances, says stop boxing, and the action will be starting again soon. Wardley still looking for that big, hurtful right hand, but it's just not coming.
No, there's a sorry look around Wardley at the moment. He's not really committing on anything that he's throwing. He's moving around the outside of the ring. The face now looking really messed up, swollen under the left eye. Right eye, body shot goes in, followed by the left hook to the head again from Huni.
Good combination from Huni, body shot as well, right hand, and then walks forward, tries to throw a left into the head of Wardley as he involuntarily ducked down a little after that body shot thudded home yet again. That's, if anything, been the difference between the two in this fight. We thought that the weight of punch, particularly to the body, was going to come from Wardley. Not so. Huni has peppered that body, and there's another one. Big left hand, and he's had so much success doing precisely that.
Yep, tactically he's got it right, Huni. He's worked the body. That's the game plan. I don't think anyone was expecting that, and that seems to have taken everything out of Fabio Wardley, who's punching like he's punching through treacle at the moment.
He's going to have to find a knockout punch from somewhere. Huni comes in with the right hand to the body.
He's in trouble here.
And he wants to hold on. He needs seconds to recover. The referee splits them, and there's still 10 seconds to the bell. Wardley, half-hearted jab to the body. Big right hand aim at the body again by Huni, and this has been another round for the Australian, no question about it. The bell goes, and where, oh where, does Fabio Wardley go from here? And for the life of me, cannot see a way that he can turn this around.
No, I totally agree with you, John. Justis Huni happy to stand up in the corner. The corner are very pleased. There's a calm feel about that corner over there, and you look over the other side, Ben Davidson has got it all to do, because Fabio Wardley, who's slumped in the blue corner, with marks under his left eye, marks under his right eye, swollen across the nose as well, that could possibly be broken. He looks defeated in there right now. It's going to be tough to turn this around with 2 rounds to go. He's got to find something from somewhere, and I'm not sure he can do it right now.
He's shown he's tough, he's shown he's strong, but he's not been able to find the damaging punches, particularly the right hand, which can turn this fight around. And Justis Huni, with 2 rounds to go, is a long, long way in front in this 10th round. I beg your pardon, 3 rounds to go. He's a long way to go, and the referee tells Huni to get back to his corner.
Yep, they forgot the gum shield in the corner, which is absolutely insane.
Well, maybe shows that their eye is not quite on the tactics and the game as it should have been. Can Wardley take some sort of half from that? Right hand from Huni, parried by Wardley, doesn't land cleanly. Wardley, 2 shots with the left hand, 2 jobs off the mark. Then back comes Huni with a right to the head of Wardley, which was the best punch of the first 45 seconds of the round.
left hook there from Huni as well, though. He's up on his toes. There's a newfound sense of energy in Huni here.
He looks so much fresher than Wardley. Another tired-looking jab, this time towards the body. He's trying to switch attack from body to head. He's still in there, still pitching, and the chants of the crowd a little bit half-heartedly go up for Fabio Wardley, but he needs more than support, he needs more than cheers, he needs some huge punches, and he needs them now.
There's a laboured, lumbered look around Wardley's jabs now as he half-heartedly throws them out, mouth slightly open, and a good body shot comes back there from Huni, who looks the fresher of the two right now.
Huni's so impressive. Oh, he's put him down! I don't believe it! Wardley has put Huni down with the right hand. People are standing up around the ring, absolutely gobsmacked. And the referee has waved it all over. How on earth did that happen? Fabio Wardley is being chaired around the ring. People are standing up, open-mouthed, in utter disbelief. Wardley, who lost virtually every second of that fight, floored him with a sensational punch in the 10th round. And where did he find that?
That was absolutely insane. We were asking the question, is it time to start looking at Wardley's corner? Is there a time when he needs to think about pulling him out? He looked discouraged. He looked confused in there. His face was beaten, battered, bruised, and out of nowhere, a short right hand come. He detonated it, landed it flush on the chin. Huni went over on his back, never beat the count. There you go. There's that power, that explosive power that Fabio Wardley possesses.
I so hope that you heard the roar when that punch ended and just sensed the total disbelief of everybody who'd been watching this fight. He had been boxed. Huni had the fight for the taking, and he landed just a fabulous right hand. Down he went, and that was the end of the fight. Gareth, give us your take.
Quite incredible. He was 7 rounds down on my card in that fight. He'd only won one round. He'd won 1 round and lost 8 rounds. They're 7 rounds down. And then he comes, as I said to you, Adam, earlier on, you would not pull Fabio Wardley out because he's got the dog in him. And as he just proved with that very tough, short right hand, he's always got the equaliser. He was completely outboxed for 9 rounds tonight, but he's got elite level quality.
Wow. I don't think he landed a decent potential knockout punch in 9 rounds before that. And then when he looked just about spent, and I'll not forget the look on people's faces as that punch landed, because it was a real wow sort of moment.
It was jaw-dropping.
People were
gobsmacked. Do you know what? Respect where respect's due. You know, you're talking about character, and we're looking at our monitor. It travelled 6 inches, short right hand. Huni was coming onto the shot, carried his lead left hand low, switched off for a second. Beautiful shot, and that shows you, and that's why we've always talked about Fabio Wardley being a danger for any heavyweight in the world right now, because he's got that one-punch power, and he does not lose heart. Round 11, and he's behind the way he was behind. What a shot!
Yeah, what an incredible 10 rounds we've just witnessed, to be honest, because Fabio Wardley, you can never write off. That's a fairy tale finish after a nightmarish 9 rounds.
He got walloped. He got walloped.
And then dominated.
And then out of nowhere, a shot from the gods. That's the knockout of the year. That is the comeback of the year. You will not see anything like that again this year. That was phenomenal.
It's heavyweight boxing, baby.
Phenomenal.
This is heavyweight boxing.
Get your backside in that ring. We need to hear from the man. That is an unbelievable comeback.
We saw a close-up on the far side of the ring of his promoter, Frank Warren.
Wow.
And he was just in a state of disbelief as everybody else was, and he's been organising big-time boxing for goodness me how long now, from the early 1980s up to now, and he can hardly believe it now, Fabio. I wonder what the others have thought. I wonder how many of them have seen it. I wonder if Daniel Dubois has seen it, Alexander Usyk and the rest of them. What sort of a message does that put around the heavyweight division?
You've got to fit.
It shows that he is always so dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, Justis Huni has spent, what, 9 rounds there, navigating that right hand brilliantly. Brilliantly. Absolutely brilliantly. He was teeing off whenever he wanted to. He was landing clean, he was landing effective, and then
Ladies
bang.
and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 42 seconds of round number 10. Our referee in charge, John Latham, reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout, still undefeated, and now the WBA Interim Heavyweight Champion of the World, from Ipswich, England, Fabio Wardley.
That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. After about 6-7 rounds there, I was contemplating what that corner are going to speak to him about. Because it just, the feints weren't there, the setup wasn't there. He had the power, absolutely. But he didn't look at any point during that 9 rounds before the finish that he was going to land the power, Spence. And then all of a sudden, out of absolutely nowhere, kaboom.
Mate, he weren't in the fight at all. I think that Justis Huni had his number. He was working the game plan well. The body shots were taking full effect. Yeah, it was a brilliant performance from the Australian. One lapse of concentration, and that's what happens.
Let's hear from him. He's in the ring with Daniel Oladipo.
Everyone in this building tonight. I've been on this weird and wonderful journey that is boxing, and I wouldn't be anywhere close to where I am without everyone in this arena right here. Every chant, everyone that's bought a ticket, thank you. It's not just for me, this is for all of us here.
Well said, Fabio. It's been an incredible 10-year journey to get you here, from white-collar boxing to have never picked up a pair of boxing gloves to here now. Fabio, you're a smart man. You knew you were down big going into that 10th round. Was it just a case of, let's just show you what got me here. Let's just start throwing some right hands, and one of them was going to land?
Yeah, look, I don't profess to be any kind of Usyk, Justis Huni, someone with all the skills, but one thing I do know how to do is win fights. Dig deep, find a bit of heart, bite down on that gum shield and find a way to win, and that's one thing I had to do tonight.
And you did it. You looked at times upset with yourself. You started landing some good shots, and I could see you ringside speaking to yourself. Why were you so disappointed? Upset with getting hit like that?
Yeah, look, Justis Huni is a great operator, but no matter what, I'm going to be aggravated myself because we've rinsed, repeated, drilled everything over and over again. I know this game plan down to a T, and I should have performed better in some of them rounds. It's not always the way it goes. Sometimes you just have to find a different way to win. So, look, we pulled something out of the bag.
You certainly did. Was he a bit better than you expected? Obviously, look, your team were getting ready for Jarrell Miller. That's not Jarrell Miller, right? Completely different style of fighting. Did he surprise you at times in there?
Yeah, look, he's a great boxer, some great skills, and he showed me everything he had tonight. He pulled out all sorts of different tricks. I really didn't expect to kind of bang rounds like that with Justis. I had him hurt, had him going in the first round as well, so maybe that gave me a bit too much confidence going into the following rounds, but we rejigged, got my head, screwed it back on, and stuck to the game plan.
It takes 2 to tango. Let's bring in Justis Huni if we can. Justis, come in. I think you can hear the crowd reception, Justis. Incredible performance. For 9.5 rounds, Justis, you're absolutely perfect. In there, you switched off for a second, and that's all it takes. But you fought incredibly there in Justis.
That's my curse. You know, I even said before this fight, you know, it only takes one split second to switch off, and you know, it happened tonight. But you know, credit to Fabio, his team. You know, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to come here in Ipswich and perform in front of you. He's a real champion, and yeah, get behind him. he's doing good things.
What was it? You seem to be in your groove very quickly. Your legs maybe look shaky after the end of the first round, but apart from that, it seemed to be perfect. Was it a case of maybe overconfidence, wanting to trade with him when you didn't need to?
Oh, he's just an awesome fighter, man. You know, he never gave up, and he got the one. He got the win tonight, and he deserves it, man. So, you know, credit to Fabio, his team, like I said, and thank you, Ipswich, for the opportunity to perform here. I'm grateful.
Incredible performance, Justis. Congratulations, well done.
Classy guy, Justis Huni, just addressing the crowd there. And as Addy said to him, 9.5 rounds of perfection.
9.5 rounds of perfection. You can't take nothing away from the kid. Listen, he's 26 years of age. He's going to grow from that. He'll go back to the gym, and sometimes that moulds a fighter, you know, develops a fighter and takes them where they need to be. A first loss is not the end of your career. It just puts him right back in the mix.
Let's hear from Fabio, because he is with Gareth Davies in the ring right now.
He is indeed. Fabio, wow. Knockout of the year. Is it fair to say it wouldn't have felt like it to you because you were struggling through things? Many people had him 7 rounds up in the 9 rounds. Victory from the jaws of defeat. Does it make it any sweeter?
Yes and no. Obviously, I want to perform. I don't want to just be the guy that loses every round and then pulls it out of the hat every time. That's a bit costly for me, costly for my career, because there's some serious tough guys in this game, and it's not always going to work. So, look, I'm learning on the job. I know I'm 20-odd fights in now, and I've got an interim world title and everything else, but I am still very much learning on the job. I'm trying to figure things out for myself. So, yeah, look, we take that, a great win for what it is, and we go back to the drawing board and we pick it apart.
Obviously, you'd never have wanted to lose in front of your home crowd, but what an atmosphere tonight on a torrential night of rain. But they turned out for you. 3 of the stands completely packed, the floor eventually packed. You milked the walk-in. Can you say you've enjoyed the entire experience, apart from things that happened in the fight?
Yeah, look, I think I don't know. I'm not usually lost for words, but this has been one of the most special nights of my life. And like I said there, I thank everyone that came out, everyone that bought a ticket, everyone that's invested time in me, attention, whichever else. I can't thank everyone enough.
You might not have outboxed him tonight, but you certainly outpunched Justis Huni. We were talking about you in the build-up tonight and saying a fine victory for you tonight, and you'll go back and assess it with Ben and Robert and all your other guys around you, that you put yourself in the elite of the division. We already believe that you're around about 10th in the division in many people's eyes. Do you want the big fights now?
Yeah, of course, 100%. Look, I never, like I said there, I don't profess to be one of the most best and skillful boxers in the world, but one thing I said in the build-up I know how to do is I know how to win fights. One way or the other, last round, 10 rounds, round 1, whichever one, I can find a way to win.
Many congratulations, and thank you for thrilling us once more. Lick your wounds and come back stronger.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Cheers, thanks very much, Fabio. Cheers.
There's no wounds to lick. That man just landed the shot of a lifetime. He's now just picked up the interim championship belt, and he propels himself into that category of the Caballels, the Parkers, just behind the Dubois when we're talking about the big title fights. Gareth Davies is still in the ring. Hopefully he's got some other people to speak to. Over to you, mate.
I am. I'm going to grab Ben Davison for a minute. Ben, Fabio, very critical of his own performance there, rightly so. And we were wondering whether when you were going to read him the riot act, but you stayed very patient with him tonight.
Yeah, look, sometimes you've got to be honest in your approach to the fight and through the fight. We didn't go into the fight expecting Fabio to be banking rounds against Justis Huni, a world bronze medalist and youth world gold medalist. We didn't expect that. However, we knew that there was a couple of scenarios and opportunities for Fabio to capitalise on, and that's what he done. Could he have been better in moments? Of course. But at the end of the day, he managed to capitalise on one of the situations he was working on, and you know, that's all it takes. He's a bit like Deontay Wilder. That's how I'd say it. And you have to.
You can equalise a fight in any moment.
You have to game plan towards that and be realistic with that. We're not going to game plan for him to bank rounds and win moment to moment with Justis Huni. It wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I completely concur with you, because Justis Huni showed great hand speed tonight, great footwork, went to the body, went to his gas tank, went to Fabio's gas tank, slowed him in many of the rounds, but he couldn't stop that short chopping right hand, could he?
No, he's one of the best boxers, pure boxing, one of the best boxers in the heavyweight division. Still young, he'll come again in terms of Huni I'm talking about there, but you know, got a couple of habits to, you know, the way he commits with his right hand and the way he often returns and good counter puncher. That was something that we looked to try and capitalise on. And Fabio found the shot in the end.
It's funny because one of my colleagues on commentary tonight said, oh, this is getting uncomfortable. 7, 8, 9 rounds. Fabio being dominated in some ways by Justis, not dominated and beaten up, but round by round. And then, you know, I said, I don't think we can, because with Fabio, there's a dog in there that'll never disappear. And you know that about him, which is why you'd probably never pull him out.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't say I would never.
Never say never.
Yeah, you have to be. But I don't think it got to a point where I thought, oh, I have to pull him out here. There was still moments where there was close calls with situations and shots that Fabio was throwing, and eventually he found it, which, you know, obviously, again, we wasn't expecting to bank rounds, but eventually got there.
I'm going to try and grab Frank in a minute, but who would you, Frank Warren obviously as promoter, but who would you like to see him go in with next? Because that was another massive learning fight in lots of ways tonight.
Yeah, he's got nothing to lose, is he? That's the reality of it, you know, time and time again, he's not expected to beat these guys, and he wins, but, you know, most of the time, well, sometimes it's through you know, he has to come through something, but he's ballsy, he can punch, and he's willing to lay all that on the line. That's why he sold what he sold tonight. Amazing crowd, and he earns it, and he's one of the most entertaining fighters in the division. So the biggest opportunity for him, he needs to take it, because he's in for a shout, you know, against anybody.
So with Ajit Kabayel, with Joseph Parker, one of those.
If there's titles on the line, you know, that was for the WBA interim. I don't know what Pulev and I'm hearing Pulev and Michael Hunter might be getting a fight, or maybe the winner of that, or we don't know how these belts might fragment or whatever, so we'll see. But biggest opportunity for him, if there's titles, that needs to be his priority. But yeah, he'll weigh up, him and his team, and they've done a great job of him so far, so yeah.
We've got to go back to the desk. We won't get Frank for now. Thanks, Ben Davison. Congratulations to you and the team of Fabio tonight.
Top stuff. Top stuff. Listen, I think that's going to take a little bit of getting over that, Spence, what we witnessed tonight.
Absolutely. Listen, look, one thing we learned from Fabio, or did we learn it, because we've seen it in the past before. We saw it against Fraser Clark, but when in Fraser Clark it was a very back and forth seesaw sort of contest where he was having his moments. There it was a very one-sided fight, but not in his favour. He showed a lot of character, he stuck in there, and I think they're the sort of development fights, John, that he needs. You know, we're talking about a kid coming from a white-collar background, you know, and he's still very much learning on the job.
It's why you and me, having been involved in boxing for as long as we have, we're still addicted to the sport, because it only takes one. And, you know, I mean, that is the sort of almost impossible punch that he found. I'd actually said, what on earth does he say to him now? Yeah. Where does he go from here? But he found it, and that's why we still, after all this time, are absolutely hypnotised by what we see between the ropes.
Absolutely sensational. There's going to be a lot of people bouncing out of Portman Road with smiles on their faces, because ultimately they got what they came for. Yes, the guy got beat up for a large percentage, but when he landed, the roof here at Portman Road came clean off. Fabio Wardley is the WBO Interim Heavyweight Champion of the World. He enters a pool of people like Ajit Kabayel and Joseph Parker, who are now waiting in line to see what happens on July 19th between Daniel Dubois and Alexander Usyk. What an unbelievable night. Thank you very much for joining us here live on talkSPORT and the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Make sure you are tuning into talkSPORT throughout the course of the week as they pick the bones out of that. Simon Jordan was in attendance tonight. I've no doubt his whole show on Monday is going to be from 10 till 1 talking about that right hand. It was unbelievable. It was Fabio Wardley's night. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll catch you next time.